people and the environment isn't a mere necessity. It's a responsibility because everything is interconnected. There's a delicate balance, a synergy that allows us to thrive. At Prime Infra, we live by a customer-centric approach to progress. It's what unites our individual industries and amplifies our collective potential to serve the people and the nation. Our hand in setting good in motion to bring about growth, to lay the foundation for bigger opportunities, to create positive change, and leave the present better is our greatest imperative. Our efforts towards water security, dependable energy supply, and smart eco-solutions to address the waste crisis go beyond mere investments. Our expertise in overcoming and planning for the changes and opportunities of the developing world, our agile operations and management process, and our strong commitment to sustainability in building critical infrastructure is our way of bridging today to the tomorrow our country and the world hopes to see. We make better lives and resilient economies possible. We are Prime Infra.
We are Jollibee Foods Corporation, one of the fastest growing restaurant companies in the world. Home to formidable brands with Jollibee at the helm. We operate a network of stores across Asia, North America, and Europe. From our humble ice cream house beginnings to becoming a dominant industry leader, JFC has sustained strong growth for over 4 decades. We have received numerous international accolades over the years, from Best Employer to Most Outstanding Corporation to Asia's Most Admired Company. We recognize that our success is tied to the positive impact we create while conducting our business on the well-being of our communities, customers, employees, and various stakeholders all around the world. Our deliberate efforts towards sustainability are guided by our sustainability agenda, Joy for Tomorrow, and our 3 pillars of food, people, and planet. As part of this commitment, our social responsibility arm, Jollibee Group Foundation, is
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay. For our second panel discussion, as I mentioned earlier, we will be focusing on ensuring airspace security against aerial intimidation. Okay? So this panel will discuss aerial intimidation as part of gray zone tactics, including establishing strategies to counter airborne tactics that seek to generate fear, exert psychological pressure, or demonstrate unilateral power by antagonistic states. So we have a set of esteemed speakers for today. So before I call them on stage, may I ask for your attention first? There. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Our first speaker for this panel will talk about protecting and securing the Philippine airspace. We are privileged to have with us today the Wing Commander of the 5th Fighter Wing of the Philippine Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Brigadier General Leo Fontanilla. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be presenting a critical topic entitled Protecting and Securing the Philippine Airspace. Slide, please. As an archipelagic nation, the Philippines faces unique challenges in safeguarding its vast airspace. We will explore the bounds and complexity of the Philippine airspace, our current regional environment in Southeast Asia, our challenges, and our efforts to secure our airspace. Slide, please. Well, the Philippine airspace is composed of different boundaries. First is the national or territorial airspace. Second, the Manila Flight Information Region, or FIR, which is defined for civil aviation management. And third is the Philippine Air Defense Identification Zone, or PADIS, which is established for national security purposes. The national airspace is coextensive with the territorial sea and measured within 12 nautical miles from the territorial baseline. Within this airspace, the Philippines shall exercise full territorial control and exclusive authority, such as control over laws, security, resources, and the movement of people and goods, with only limited exceptions, such as diplomatic immunity and innocent passage. Slide. The Manila FIR, defined by the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, covers a large area that includes the entirety of the Philippine archipelago and extends into surrounding waters, allowing the Philippines to manage air traffic control within this designated airspace. This FIR is being managed by the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. The designated airways, you can see the crisscrossing lines. In this airspace, interconnected to other FIRs are for civilian and military aircraft traversing to and from the Philippines, including international flights passing through the Manila FIR. As defined by the ICAO, the Philippines shall provide air traffic services in the Manila FIR, particularly for aircraft traversing the airways extending from other countries' FIRs. These services include air traffic control service, flight information service, and alerting service. Alerting service should be provided for the notification of appropriate organizations, including the Philippine Air Force, regarding aircraft in need of search and rescue aid or aircraft in distress, and assisting such organizations as required. Slide. Within the Manila FIR is the Philippine Air Defense Identification Zone, colored yellow red line. The PADIS is the initial step in the organization of an effective air defense system for the Philippines, wherein aircraft in flight shall be subjected to identification and control. Further, the Philippine Air Force is mandated and shall be responsible for the air defense of the Philippines. Hence, the Philippine Air Force plays a crucial role in the enforcement of the PADIS to protect the nation's air sovereignty. The PADIS is part of a broader air defense strategy to detect, identify, and respond to any unauthorized or unidentified aircraft entering Philippine airspace. The key functions of PADIS in which the Philippine Air Force should address are, first, the PADIS serves as an early warning buffer zone for the Philippine Air Force in detecting, monitoring, assessing potential hostile aircraft before they enter closer to the Philippine territorial airspace. Second, under the PADIS, all foreign and unidentified aircraft will be challenged and are required to provide identifications, such as aircraft origin, type, and intention. This protocol helps distinguish civilian and military or unauthorized flights, enabling the Philippine Air Force to respond accordingly. Then, if an unidentified or non-compliant aircraft enters the PADIS without permission, it may be subjected to intercept procedures and response by the Philippine Air Force. In severe cases, if it manifests hostile actions, said aircraft shall be neutralized. By fulfilling these roles, the Philippine Air Force contributes significantly to the safety, security, and efficiency of not only within the PADIS, but also within the Manila FIR, ultimately supporting our national interests and the well-being of commercial and general aviation in coordination with the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. Slide, please. The regional environment surrounding the Philippines is highly dynamic and complex, particularly due to overlapping territorial claims, increasing military presence, and busy air and sea traffic routes. The PADIS plays a strategic role in this environment, similar in purpose to the air defense identification zones of neighboring countries, but with some unique considerations and challenges. For example, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and China have overlapping air defense identification zones. These countries enforce strict protocol and often conduct intercept missions for the purpose of identifying and monitoring unidentified aircraft approaching their airspaces. While the PADIS is primarily enforced by the Philippine Air Force, cooperation with regional partners and allies contributes to intelligence sharing, domain awareness, and enhanced security within the PADIS. The Philippines also serve as a critical gateway for commercial aviation in the Asia-Pacific region, connecting flights between East Asia, Southeast Asia, North America, and Australasia. The PADIS encompasses major commercial air routes, making it a priority to manage both air defense and civilian air traffic efficiently. Slide, please. The Philippines faces a range of challenges in securing its airspace. It has vast airspace to monitor, and the need to establish presence is critical. The Manila FIR covers about 3 million square kilometers of airspace. On the other hand, the PADIS covers almost one-half of the Manila FIR. Another challenge is the territorial dispute in the West Philippine Sea. With the military presence of the claimant countries, the airspace above the disputed areas is becoming less permissive. With this, there has been an increase of unknown and uncorrelated tracks in the area, shown in red shade. Along with these challenges, the Philippine Air Force is on the process of developing its air defense capabilities through its modernization efforts to establish better deterrence. Slide. In addressing these challenges, the Philippine Air Force will continue to sustain its mandate in performing airspace control alert measures. It will continue to participate in different military exercises and activities, such as bilateral joint air patrol missions, East Block exercise in Australia, Cope Thunder, and the Philippines-US Balikatan exercise, among others, to enhance its internal capability and improve interoperability with our allied and partner nations' militaries. Along with this, our military forces are consistent in observing international laws or rules-based order in the performance of their missions. Equally important is the modernization of our armed forces to improve our defense and deterrence capabilities. This includes acquiring new ships, more aircraft, and advanced surveillance technology, among others, to strengthen air and maritime domain awareness, especially in the West Philippine Sea. Slide. In conclusion, safeguarding the Philippine airspace is essential in upholding our sovereignty, asserting our sovereign rights, ensuring national security, and in contributing to the regional stability in the Asia-Pacific region. Strengthening our partnerships with allied nations and bolstering regional cooperation will be critical in addressing shared security concerns and ensuring safe and secure skies for all. As we face complex challenges, including territorial disputes, incursions, and limited defense resources, it is also vital that we continue to invest in the modernization of our defense capabilities. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, General Leo Fontanilla. Our next speaker will talk about addressing Republic of Korea's security challenges. He is a professor and head of Center for ASEAN-India Studies of the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. Let us all welcome Professor Wongi Cho.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Dindo about his kind invitation, and also congratulations to the 20th anniversary. Well, the topic of this second panel is the airspace threat and aero intimidation. But if you allow me, I would like to share my observation and perspective in general terms about South Korea's overall strategic perception and position and concerns by specifically talking about three issues. The first one is, of course, North Korea. The second one is South Korea's China challenge. And the third one is South China Sea. So first, North Korea's nuclear and missile programs are the biggest security threat, South Korea, right? So this is kind of common sense. North Korea has already acquired nuclear weapons capability, and North Korea reportedly have 30 to 50 nuclear warheads in stock and is rapidly upgrading its nuclear capabilities, including miniaturizing its nuclear warheads. And also, North Korea's missile development program is also posing a grave concern to us. You know that several days ago, North Korea launched its latest batch of ICBM, the Hwasong-19 ballistic missile. This is the most upgraded and latest ICBM capable of reaching the US mainland. And Kim Jong-un is unlikely to give up on his nuclear weapons program on his own volition, and only strong deterrence can prevent North Korea's nuclear and missile adventurism. Even more worryingly, we are well aware of the recent development. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is now deploying a large number of military forces, DPRK special forces, reportedly 10,000 to 15,000 troops to Russia. So these North Korean special forces are expected to engage in actual combat anytime soon. And also North Korea is also actively aiding Russia by sending large number of civilian workers to Russia. So North Korea's dangerous and provocative behavior and Russia's brazen endorsement and support is a serious violation of UN Security Council resolutions. So in short, North Korea poses one of the most serious threats to the security not only on the Korean Peninsula, but also in East Asia, in broader Indo-Pacific region, and now in Europe. So which requires a robust response from not just South Korea, but from the collective responses from international society. Second, South Korea's China challenge. China is South Korea's most proximate neighbor, and therefore in a position to directly affecting our economic and security interests. As China now has emerged as an economic and military superpower, South Korea cannot afford not to keep a vigilant eye on China's strategic goals and actions. And now we are increasingly concerned about China's not so terribly clear strategic intentions and its increasingly aggressive behavior. You know that South Korea has recently repositioned its foreign strategic outlook under President Yoon Suk-yeol, including the new Indo-Pacific strategy. South Korea's strategic approach toward China has also changed. Under this new Indo-Pacific strategy, I think South Korea, my observation is that South Korea is trying to reset its bilateral relations with China, meaning that we are aiming for a more reciprocal and constructive bilateral relations based on a more realistic approach, based on the principles of reciprocity, mutual respect, and common interest, moving away from the past approaches that were based on one-sided wishful thinking and unrealistic expectations on China. So I want to make clear that ROK's policy toward China is not meant to antagonize China, but the aspiration, the goal is to build a more reciprocal and constructive relationship with China. I think we strongly believe that by building a stronger ties with our treaty ally, United States, we can build a more constructive relationship with China. That is, we strongly believe that our ties with the United States and other like-minded partners like Japan, Australia, and the Philippines for that matter, are not in a zero-sum but positive-sum relationship to our engagement with China. And finally, I want to conclude my short remark with a brief mention on South Korea's strategic perception and position on the South China Sea issue. I think it would not be an exaggeration to say that in the past, there used to be a strong tendency of complacency in South Korea's strategic thinking and approach as far as issues of regional security issues beyond Korean Peninsula are concerned. And South China Sea issue used to be the prime example of South Korea's strategic complacency. However, the recent geopolitical developments, including China's unprecedentedly high-speed military buildup and its unilateral and aggressive military expansions, its status quo changing behavior in Taiwan, the East China Sea and South China Sea, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine have all significantly altered South Korea's strategic perception that led to the strategic repositioning that I mentioned earlier. South Korea in the past used to maintain a certain distance and took a bystander attitude toward regional security issues, including the South China Sea. Many due to the overburdening security threats posed by North Korea. However, I think Seoul's strategic posture like this is no longer tenable. DPRK poses most urgent and existential threat to South Korea. However, I think DPRK is not the only country that poses threats to South Korea's national interest. The blatant aggression against countries that claim lawful rights in the South China Sea, I think, also constitutes a serious threat to South Korea's regional strategic interest. I think South Korea supports the Philippines' effort to defend its legally legitimate sovereign rights in the western Philippine Sea. A rules-based maritime order firmly based on UNCLOS in the South China Sea is in South Korea's strategic interest. Aggressive actions and attempts against this and to militarize the South China Sea are serious concerns for us in this respect. So China's aggressive behavior in the South China Sea and excessive territorial claims that have nothing to do with established international rules and norms impinge upon ASEAN's collective security interest. I think a key purpose of ASEAN is to prevent intra-ASEAN the conflicts and maintain internal stability, as well as to make sure that the Southeast Asian region remain as an independent and strategically autonomous region, free from exclusive dominance of any extra-regional powers. And what China has been doing, China's behavior in West Philippine Sea not only contradicts and erodes this ASEAN's key strategic purpose, but also violates ASEAN's collective strategic interests. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wong-Gi Cho. All right, our final speaker for this panel will tackle fostering partnerships with like-minded states to combat gray zone tactics in the aerial domain. He is a professor of international studies at the De La Salle University, Manila. He is also a trustee, program convener, and non-resident fellow at the Stratbase ADR Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Renato De Castro.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's working? Yeah, it's working. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, before I start my presentation, let me express my utmost appreciation for Professor Dindo Manhit and, of course, the ADRI for giving me the opportunity to do a presentation regarding this very important topic. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Don't worry about my mic. I don't intend to start a karaoke session. I think the singing will start tomorrow. I attended 4 conferences in the past few months, and as a Filipino, only Filipino people would always expect me to start the karaoke and I would sing. I won't do it. Okay, can I have the PowerPoint presentation? PowerPoint. Where's my PowerPoint? Oh goodness, this is not the first time this thing happened. Okay, so my presentation in a way is linked to what my good friend raised, that the Philippines need to come out with an insurgency plan. So I'll be discussing that insurgency plan, except that it will not be based on Mahatma Gandhi's notion, which is supposed to be peaceful. It will be based, given the fact that the armed force of the Philippines has been engaged with an insurgency that has been inspired by the Chinese and Mao Zedong. It will be more inspired by Mao Zedong's notion that political power grows from the barrel of the gun. And I'm talking about, of course, CADSI. How we have to contextualize the development of our defense system under the general framework of the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, which was, of course, discussed earlier by Admiral, my good friend, Admiral Roy Trinidad. Let me start, of course. My presentation would touch, number 1, of course, on introduction. And, of course, as in any strategy, strategy won't be nothing if you don't have a clear and present danger, or what we call the quintessential threat, and what will be the role of air power in the context of CADSI, and of course my conclusion. Okay, first slide please. So at the onset of his term, President Marcos simply wanted to adopt what we call the ASEAN approach. Fence sitting, hedging. This is of course characterized primarily, next slide please, by of course in his first State of the Nation address a few weeks after of course he assumed the presidency. He basically advanced the notion of balanced foreign policy. What do we mean by balanced foreign policy? Next slide, please. Of course, balanced policy means envisioning a division of labor between Washington, which is our treaty ally, former treaty ally, and of course, second part, at the same time, considering China as a very important trading partner, source of investment. So the idea here, of course, which is again played by most ASEAN countries, you deal with China when it comes to economics, you deal with the United States when it comes to security. Next slide, please. Of course, as Karl Marx said, man make history, but we don't make it the way we want to. Unfortunately, China's uncompromising position in the West Philippine Sea complicated President Marcos' goal of balanced policy. Next slide, please. Chinese expansionism and coercive action against the Philippines basically convinced the president that China is hell-bent on expansion. No matter whether you do. Whether you appease China or challenge China, you just get one result: subjugation and, of course, expansion. Next slide, please. This incident made President Marcos reiterate his call for the modernization, third horizon of the Armed Forces of the Philippines Modernization Program. Next slide. Then, of course, in enhancing our security relationship with the United States, in terms of offering 4 additional EDCA sites. Next slide, please. Then, of course, President Marcos' approach in confronting China's maritime expansion, in a way, brings us back to 2012, during the time of Admiral Palma, when, of course, we basically adopted a policy of, I use an academic term, hard balancing, challenging China's maritime expansion. Next slide, please. But more significantly, however, the Marcos administration adopted a 21st century grand strategy. Although the Armed Forces of the Philippines would like to use a concept, an academic like me who have studied, of course, alliances, strategy, grand strategy, would consider it grand strategy. You develop a grand strategy because you want to prepare the country for the inevitable. Other countries has basically adopted very strong grand strategy, Germany, and of course recently Japan, because you have one thing in mind. You have a clear and present danger in your backyard. Next slide, please. So CADSI is designed to enable the Armed Forces of the Philippines to project capabilities into the maritime areas in the Philippines that must be protected and preserved, specifically our exclusive economic zone. Next slide, please. This would require the Philippine military to boost its maritime domain awareness, connectivity, intelligence capabilities, and of course, area denial and deterrence capabilities, especially in the maritime domain. Next slide, please. Of course, the goal, as in any strategy, grand strategy, you have to have a specific political objective. Address ongoing maritime security challenges, enabling the AP to address contemporary threats to Philippine territorial integrity and sovereign rights. That's according to speech. Next slide, please. And of course, this is the long-term goal. Long-term goal is enable the military to project its capabilities into our exclusive economic zone, extend and strengthen the country's defense depth, and enhance the defense Philippines' archipelagic territory. This is something, of course, in a way revolutionary, because our defense policy has always been based on being passive, waiting for the enemy to enter the coast. This is the first time we're thinking in terms of developing strategic depth. Next slide, please. With over 7,100 islands spread across the Western Pacific, South China Sea, the Philippine archipelago is geographically situated, of course, the need for air defense, importance, maritime zone, the Philippine Sea, Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and of course, the Philippine Rise in the Philippine Sea. Next slide, please. Consequently, control of the air domain is vital in defending the Philippine archipelago. I've been doing a lot of works on the CATSIs, primarily focused on the maritime domain. This is the first time I have to focus on the air domain. Next slide. Next. So defending the archipelagic air domain requires a credible and effective air defense that includes deterrence against external threats by having the capability to contest, deny control of the sky, whether physically in air, of course, improvement again of anti-access. You basically prevent the country from controlling whether an air or a maritime space. Next slide, please. Defending the country's airspace required the armed forces of the Philippines to develop a new term that I've encountered, and I think this has become very important in the light of the Russian-Ukraine war, integrated air. Traditional air-to-air combat for the control of the air in the light of the advancement of modern-day defense system that includes, of course, use of superior fifth-generation aircraft, cruise and ballistic missile, hypersonic drones, and of course the interconnectedness, or something that's emphasized, jointness. So if you go back to the Second World War, you just basically, if you look at the European Theater of War, it was simply a conflict between, of course, the United States Army Air Force, the Royal Air Force, and against the Luftwaffe. But it's more complex right now. As again, going back to Ukraine, with the sinking of the the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, the Moscow, it involved a trilateral service. Not just the Ukrainian Army, Air Force, and of course the Navy. So it basically emphasized jointness. Next slide, please. So although an effective 21st century IADS performs three primary functions, you know where the enemy is, you have the capability to attack it, and of course you have the necessary weapon system you need to deal with that enemy. Next slide, please. Although mounting an effective integrated air defense system is a joint activity, it should be a joint activity of the Air Force, of the entire Armed Force of the Philippines, the primary task, of course, rests on the Philippine Air Force. Next slide, please. The AFA is tasked by the Department of National Defense to maintain a credible air defense posture, which is characterized by an effective air force presence within the Philippine archipelago, which is not an easy task, given our long coast and, of course, the 7,100 islands, exclusive economic zone through exhibited combat competence to safeguard and uphold, of course, the country's national interests. Next slide. This power, of course, examine developing the IAS and, of course, looking in terms of what is the nature of the clear and present danger and how do we fit in air power within CADC. And of course, my conclusion. Okay, I don't have a lot of time. Next slide, please. Okay, just have to breeze through this. Of course, the clear and present danger, every strategy, whether it's grand strategy or military strategy, should be focused on a clear and present danger. This has been emphasized, of course, Admiral Trinidad. What's the point of having a strategy if you always talk of your opponent in an abstract, hypothetical manner? What's basically accepted now is we are faced with a clear and present danger. Next slide, please. So, of course, just breeze through this. South China Sea is there. And, of course, next slide. Second decade, China has basically launched what is called comprehensive capabilities. That is, of course, part of what's called integrated maritime campaign. China would use all its comprehensive power at the disposal to have control of 90% of the South China Sea. Next slide, please. Consequently, of course, China's application of its integrated maritime campaigns generated intense struggle between China and many of the littoral states. But of course, in the case of the Philippines, it's something I'll emphasize later, we're on the front line. Again, this is an accident of geography. Next slide, please. Based on China's strategic calculation, of course, the maritime strategy would rely primarily on the Coast Guard, the plan playing, of course, a secondary role, and of course, the Chinese maritime militia. Next slide, please. Of course, the primary instruments being used are the Chinese Coast Guard, Chinese maritime militia to exert pressure on the countries. Next slide, please. On the horizon, of course, we see the People's Liberation Army Navy, basically using as a deterrent. Next slide. But of course, the People's Liberation Army Air Force has followed the plan's interests, the need to protect Chinese economic interests in South China Sea as a rationale, of course, for getting more resources and emphasizing its strategic relevance in China's integrated maritime campaign. Next slide. So the plan has, of course, significantly emphasized its aerial operation not only in the South China Sea, but in the East China Sea. Next slide, please. This includes long-range bombers practicing long-range aerial attacks on Guam, where, of course, you have substantive presence of American forces, deploying some of its advanced fighter planes as Su-35 to the South China Sea to scare the hell out of us, and of course to impress upon Taiwan, we could conquer you every now, in the next coming years, probably 2027. Next slide, please. So in the past, along with the plan, the People's Liberation Army Air Force often monitor the movements of foreign ships, planes sailing, flying through the South China Sea, South China Sea. That was, of course, in the past. Now what's happening? Just have to breeze through this. Next slide, please. More recently, however, the FLAP has been conducting more aggressive actions against foreign military aircraft by demanding them to leave waters airspace under Chinese jurisdiction. They've done it against the Canadian Royal Air Force. They have done it against the Royal Australian Air Force. They have done it against the United States Air Force. Now they're also doing it against the Philippines. Next slide. Just have to breeze through. Next slide. Okay, there's some of the details there. Next slide. The United States Air Force has recorded about 300 cases, wherein, of course, you have this, what they call the very dangerous, risky intercepts. Next slide, please. Again, next slide, please. So they constitute. Now, specific to the Philippines, and I think this has already been monitored. Why do you have the presence of Chinese drones? Why do you have the presence of Chinese reconnaissance planes? I got it from a source in the the Philippine Air Force. The plan is possibly preparing for limited conflict against the armed forces of the Philippines or against the Philippines, and is using the FLAP for aerial surveillance by conducting active reconnaissance operation within the Philippine territory. So this is a clear and present danger. How is the Marcos administration trying to basically address this? Of course, just like any insurgency, as Mao Zedong would said, it will take stages, a portion of what we call strategic defensive, strategic stalemate, and of course, preventive offensive. This will take, of course, protracted. Next slide. So how is the Philippine government preparing for this? Of course, that is the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, which I would discuss. I don't have, of course, access to the confidential material. I have to rely on what has, of course, been there in the public domain, usually speeches. First slide, next slide, please. Of course, it was announced in August 2023. It was announced by the Department of National Defense. Next slide. This new defense concept aims to direct the country's military attention and resources away from the main Philippine island, because this has been the original war plan orange that was, of course, drafted in the 1930s. The goal is, of course, to extend. We cannot simply defend our islands if we could not defend the waters that link those islands. That is a notion of archipelagic concept. You cannot separate the water from the land. Next slide. CADC is not new, as it incorporates defense concept that the government since actually 2012 has adopted. Multi-domain asymmetric warfare, development of capabilities for maritime domain, integrating its military modernization program with its allies, and of course, security partners. Next slide, please. CADC is present of the assumption, again, this has a very powerful geographic basis. The Philippines is an archipelago, so it had to adopt a different approach. The Philippines' land mass is limited, while the population is increasing, causing the need for the country to expand, exponentially developing its blue economy. Next slide, please. CADC's medium-term goal is to develop and project the AFP's limited capabilities up to the Philippines Exclusive Economic Zone and, next slide, I'm coming in the process, develop, expand the country's strategic depth, and this is a key point. We have to move away from the coast into our exclusive economic zone so that we will develop a strategic depth that will be the basis of an archipelagic defense. Next slide, please. Requires, of course, capabilities for domain awareness. Next slide, please. Improving maritime domain awareness. Next slide. But this is something very crucial, given the fact that the armed forces of the Philippines is primarily focused on, in the past, on internal security. Again, we have to accept it. It's still an army-centric armed forces. The AP urgently needs to develop its maritime air defense capabilities that should be directed focus on the Philippine maritime air and domain, where the country has sovereign rights to exploration, extraction, preservation, and okay, so how would CADC be able to factor in integrated air defense? First slide. Next slide. Develop, of course, very logical, develop adequate radar coverage to detect, identify, and air naval intrusion. And thank God for Japan for selling us those radars that are very useful in this operation. Next slide. Acquisition of air and maritime assets with adequate defensive and offensive capabilities. South Korea might play an important role in, of course, the export of ships, and more importantly, possibly a 4.5 generation fighter plane. That's, of course, this is something very crucial at this point in time. Next slide. Acquisition of missile system and counter-missile capabilities. We have already acquired the BrahMos. There's a plan also to acquire Typhoon missiles as announced by the AFP Chief of Staff, General Browner, in one talk. And of course, we asked the Americans to bring in the Typhoon missiles here, just to make the Chinese have more sleepless nights, as mentioned by Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Okay, next slide, please. Develop the AFP's command and control capabilities to enhance joint operation. This emphasized. Next slide, please. CADC is designed to address Philippines' strategic vulnerabilities, archipelagic by, of course, capability, and more important, of course, the importance of alliance, security partnership with like-minded countries. Next slide, please. These moves are directed at strengthening the Philippines' diplomatic and strategic posture against China's maritime expansion. At least we have the leverage. I think we would force the Chinese to think twice if they have to further expand near our coast. Next slide. CADC's long-term goal is to guarantee unimpeded and peaceful exploration and exploitation of all natural resources for Filipino nationals and corporations. This provides you a what I call a positive view regarding security. Security is not a matter of the absence of threat, it's a matter of economic opportunities for every Filipino. I think this is a legitimate goal for any nation, especially an archipelagic state like the Philippines. Now, from being deprived of the possible resources they could exploit in our exclusive economic zone. Okay? Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Renato De Castro. All right. So I guess at this point, we can now proceed to our panel discussion. May we call back on stage, please, our speakers, General Fontanilla, Professor Wang Yi Cho, and also Dr. Renato De Castro. And to moderate today's discussion, please welcome Dr. J. Batong Bakal, professor at the University of the Philippines College of Law and a director at the UP Institute for Maritime Affairs and the Law of the Sea. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And that was a very good series of presentations. We have 20 minutes for our panel discussion. I have put in the background the map showing the different air zones of the Philippines in order to more persistently recall to us the problems that we're facing when it comes to the aerial domain. As you know, my previous talks have always been on the maritime arena. Now, let me probably just make it clear that when it comes to air law, it's a totally different set of rules. It's a totally different set of zones that we're speaking of. As already explained by General Fontanilla, the air zones that we are really concerned with is first the territorial airspace, because that is the area within which the Philippines has absolute sovereignty, where the Philippines exercises all of its sovereign rights of sovereignty over everything within that zone. And that's the orange line that you see there. It is coextensive with the nautical mile territorial sea. Everything else around it is international airspace. Okay? So this is much simpler than that system of maritime zones in the law of the sea. The reason for this is that when it comes to the air, the use of the air is basically what we call non-extractive, a non-extractive resource use. Okay? We are not extracting anything from the air. For the most part, what we are doing is actually using the air as a medium for transportation. Aircraft use the air for lift, and they have to travel through the air. But while they're doing that, they're not extracting the resource. Unlike when it comes to, say, fish or petroleum or mineral resources on the seabed or in the water. Okay? Now, this presents to us a clear problem, in that when it comes to the territorial airspace, you can see that the boundary is much closer to the land, okay? Much closer to the land, and therefore the prerogatives of the country, the absolute power that the country can exercise is much more limited, much more constrained. The other zones that you see there, the flight information region and the air defense identification zone, these do not imply the same things as, say, sovereign rights. There are no such things for the air, nor does it imply sovereignty. What these imply is basically a right to flight information, information services, basically, as also explained. So within the FIR, it is the Philippines that is responsible for providing the flight information services, air services, which will allow aircraft traversing the airspace to avoid collisions and to have information necessary for safe navigation. The PADIS is an area where additional flight information is required or may be required by the Philippines for purposes of national security. Okay, so it is again a different concept, different set of rules. Okay, now Professor Choi here explained South Korea's concerns and views on various issues. Now, one interesting thing that probably we could ask Professor Cho to explain a bit more is with respect to Korea's experiences now with aerial intrusions. I was in Korea just 2 weeks ago, and one of the most interesting things that happened to me there was that, here in the Philippines, we often get messages from the NDRMC saying that there's an orange alert, rainfall warning. There I got an alert that there are balloons coming from North Korea entering South Korean airspace. So that is a kind of intrusion that Korea is faced with. And that's coming from a direct adjacent neighbor. As you know, they share a land border. And this, I think, could be seen as a parallel to what has been happening to the Philippines, in the sense that a few years ago we did detect apparently a high altitude balloon crossing Philippine airspace near Pangasinan. And it was the shape of it suggested that it might be one of the Chinese balloons, no, at the time. And since then, we've also seen on the news, no, that these balloons can reach as far as the United States, no, where one incident actually occurred. And then lastly, Professor De Castro explained very clearly the various aspects of the challenges of developing and a security, the challenge to securing the airspace within the context of the CAD-C. Okay, and one word that he mentioned particularly is strategic depth. No? And strategic depth is something that, as you can see from the map, is probably one which is greatly lacking when you consider the territorial sea boundary of 12 nautical miles from the land, and then also the fact that within those 12 nautical mile boundary is a collection of islands and waters, okay, which are subject as well to passage rights. Okay, and that presents a clear challenge when it comes to the notion of strategic depth, because traditionally strategic depth, which is the distance between boundaries, no, your frontiers and the areas where military operations can be taking place, that has traditionally been conceived of in terms of land, no, distances within the land. That's why large countries, continental countries, have large strategic depth. But when you think of an archipelagic country like ours, where is the strategic depth? No? Probably the one where you'll find it is only in Luzon or Mindanao. Okay, so with that, let us proceed now to the open forum. Perhaps we can start off with some questions from the audience, if anyone wishes to fire off one. But first, let me probably ask Dr. Cho for that question that I raised about Korea's experiences now with aerial intrusions, and what do you think can the Philippines learn from that?
Well, thank you very much. So you mentioned the trash balloon, right? So North Korea started to send trash balloons to South Korea. So you have a lot of trash and, but I mean, yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we have sort of a lot of different ways to detect the trajectories of the trash balloons, the satellites, and also there are some air defense system working, especially around the metropolitan Seoul area. So in that regard, I think in terms of the aerospace, I mean, I'm coping with the aerospace threats and aerial intimidation, I think there is some scope for bilateral cooperation between South Korea and Philippines. But I mean, at this moment, North Korea is just kind of putting just trashes. And, but the potential implication is that what would happen if North Korea puts some lethal kind of materials like biological weapons or whatever, right? I think that would pose a very serious threat. So, but at this moment, North Korea is not really serious about using the trash balloon, I mean balloons as a kind of the weapon to stage a partial attack on South Korea. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think the trash balloon case illustrates the potential areas of cooperation between South Korea and Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cho. Now, one of the earliest known instances of drone intrusions, I think, no, was also with respect to Korea. And here probably General Fontanilla, you could enlighten us as well, no? We know that, well, you mentioned that there have been a lot or an increase in activities in the airspace over the West Philippine Sea. How much of that do you think is on account of the proliferation now of drones of all types, both aerial and maritime, no? And they're being used in the West Philippine Sea? Has there been a marked increase in these incidents, and do you think that it will continue increasing now?
Yeah. Compared to the previous years, when I'm comparing also notes from my friends in Japan and Taiwan, there is a pattern. There's an increased pattern of overflights into our airspace. But as you can see, they are almost outside the 24 nautical mile limit. And sometimes they go near the 12 nautical mile limit. but maybe they are just testing us. But most of the flights are outside the 24 nautical mile limits. And this is very concerning for us. See, we have around maybe this year to this month, we have detected around close to 800 intrusions. The same intrusion, number of intrusions in Japan and in Taiwan. So this is very concerning for us. First of all, it's very large. The area is very large. And of course, we have limited resources. That's the real challenge. It's very costly to intercept these intrusions, these aircraft, unmanned or manned. So we need to balance, we need to be selective. And of course, we need to be professional in intercepting these intrusions if needed, because well, part of gray zone activities, we might be pushed to our limits. So we might be provoked to do something that is not good, that might not sit well against intruders. So that's the challenge right now.
Okay. Good point, General, on that. Now, and perhaps I could ask Dr. De Castro, because I know that Dr. De Castro has been to Taiwan several times this year. He always posts about the food that he eats there during the conferences. But Taiwan is also experiencing this increased aerial activity around it, no? And those are not just drones, but actual combat aircraft, no? And military aircraft that are encircling Taiwan. Could you, so what do you think, Dr. De Castro, do you see some parallels perhaps, or some comparisons that can be made between the aerial activity around Taiwan and the aerial activity that we're now detecting in the West Philippine Sea?
Well, of course, there are similarities, but of course there's also differences. For one thing, of course, in case of Taiwan and also in Japan, they have developed air defense system, they have radars, and of course they also have fifth generation fighter planes. The goal of the Chinese, is given the fact that they have more planes, especially directed against the Taiwanese, is to wear down the F-16s and the Mirage of the Taiwanese Air Force. And it's really blatant. They crossed that imaginary line, the Meridian line that used to be separating Taiwan from China. Now they have actually closed it. They're even sending bombers that are going around Taiwan, basically to tell the Taiwanese, we have the air power. If you would launch a scramble, then we are, of course, basically causing a massive depreciation of your air assets. They haven't done it to us simply because we don't have enough air assets. We have to accept the fact that at this point in time, we don't even have a multi-purpose fighter plane. It's been delayed. We just have to rely on 12 lead-in fighter planes, which fortunately we acquired from our good friends, South Koreans. And they're offering us against their new KF-21. But of course, we're still in a quandary whether we would acquire those. But again, if we acquired those modern fighter planes, this is the same recipe that we'll be getting from the People's Liberation Army Air Force. They simply have the number, and of course, they simply have the resources, and of course, the determination to basically push us to the corner.
Thank you. Now, that brings up an interesting question of these aerial activities around the countries, no? Because the title of the panel is Ensuring Airspace Security Against Aerial Intimidation. Now, this seems to imply certain assumptions, but as we showed earlier in the map, no, the area of territorial sovereignty of the Philippines extends 12 nautical miles from its baselines. But as General Fontanilla mentioned, these aerial activities that we've been detecting are keeping away from the 12 nautical mile boundary. They're more or less 24 nautical miles. And they're not yet actively intruding into Philippine airspace. No? And I think there's only one incident that was in the newspapers where
entered
it was
Bolinao,
intercepted.
then exited at
Yes.
Bicol.
Wait. That's why we need to probably ask the question, no? Are we going to be, or are we actually being intimidated in the air if the territorial sovereignty is not yet being violated? Because these activities are in the West Philippine Sea in what is international airspace.
Based on our concept of layered defense or defense in depth, as mentioned by Professor De Castro, we need to foresee, we need to check, we need to monitor as far as possible before they will go near to us. So it's really intimidating if they are within the 24 nautical mile limit. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Now, one interesting issue that will be raised will be by November 8, the Maritime Zone Bill, Maritime Zone Act will take effect. And within the system of international within UNCLOS, you also have the archipelagic sea lane, the rights of archipelagic sea lane passage, which applies also to aircraft in the air routes above the archipelagic sea lanes. So we would be seeing these passages through the archipelago, wherein aircraft will be allowed, say, greater freedom to pass through. Now, what are the Philippine Air Force's preparations for this possibility that we will be seeing even military aircraft using this right of archipelagic sea lane passage to fly through the archipelago?
Let's say welcome development, but again, this might be exploited by the enemy because this will be serving also a passage lanes for them, and it would become harder for us to, to deter and possibly to control. And of course, if they go nearer to us, that's the problem again.
Okay. And yes, Professor De Castro, because this goes into your issue about strategic depth.
I only discussed about the Air Force, but I have not mentioned Chinese naval aviation capability. They already have 2 carriers, and of course, they've been sending the carriers around Batanes and of course in the Philippine Sea. So our concern is not simply the People's Liberation Army Air Force, it's the naval aviation of the People's Liberation Army's Navy. And of course, they've been showing it, they've been flaunting. Although it's an old Soviet-made carrier, the Liaoning, but of course, they'll have a third that's coming very soon, the Fujian. So this is something that we also have to take into account, not just Chinese air power coming from the People's Liberation Army's Air Force. We also have to seriously take into account Chinese naval aviation capability.
And I think that underscores the fact that when you talk about comprehensive archipelagic defense, you're not only talking about defenses which are directed outwards up to the 200-mile EEZ, but also defenses that are directed inwards within the inter-island waters. Yes, General Tanilla, you wanted to add something?
To add to that, about Liaoning, you can see the pattern right now is going around the Philippines, and it's very mobile, meaning having maneuvers around the country. And to add to that, there is a bubble. There's a bubble of air defense. You cannot just go near it because it has its own fighters, own support ships, meaning this could be dangerous for us. If you will respond in a certain area, we need to be covering, or meaning should have the range and capability to respond wherever they will be prepositioning around the country.
Yes. Okay. At this point, perhaps there are questions from the audience. If you could just raise your hand. Questions for our panel? Yeah. Yes, sir.
In that direction, is there any potential for example, Korean defense industry cooperation with the Philippines to generate not only the assets, but the backup services required to maintain a credible air deterrent? Thank you. Evan Garcia, retired diplomat.
Yes.
Well, last month, South Korean President Yoon visited Manila. I had, I think, 6 MOUs, one is the Coast Guard cooperation MOU, and the other is that Korea is willing to play the role of the partner in modernizing AFP, including the Air Force. So I don't know about the details, but if you look at the record of defense cooperation between South Korea and Philippines, South Korea has been #1 provider of defense equipment to the Philippines. So I would expect that, of course, in the past, South Korean defense companies were primarily motivated by commercial interest. They don't have anything else, just commercial, just business, private business. But I think down the road, I think you would see more the strategic considerations also in this defense cooperation facilitated by the Korean government. So I expect some progresses down the road on that front line.
If I can add, just a case study, if you look at our acquisition of the 12 F-A-50s, we bought it because the F-16 was simply so expensive, and we don't want to acquire second-hand F-16s that were being offered. So Korea really moved heaven and earth, at least for us to acquire those, at least the first time that we actually acquired fighter planes. Because the F-5s we had, the Crusaders we had at F-8, we acquired it through they were second-hand, they were acquired through the foreign military sales credit. The South Korean government really extended us a lot of concession. I hope this will just be the beginning, and I'm looking more positively in terms of really enhancing our our strategic partnership with a like-minded country, which is of course South Korea. Hopefully sooner than later, Japan would step in.
To add to that, I'd like to tell the audience, that we are negotiating to acquire another 12 FA-50, this time the upgraded version or the Block 70, and that would mean a lot to us. So it would, help us in our mission of securing our airspace. And hopefully we can proceed with the acquisition of more advanced multi-role fighters with better avionics, better payload, meaning further range, and so on, with electronic warfare capabilities that would give us more situational awareness and survivability and protection.
Yes, thank you, General. To bring it back to you, Professor Cho, I was just in Korea 2 weeks ago speaking at a forum organized by the Seoul International Law Academy, and they had most of the former diplomats and foreign ministers there. And what is interesting there is that because of the changed strategic environment, Korea appears to be moving much more closer now to trilateral cooperation between the US and Japan on these common concerns. Now, both Japan and the United States have status of forces agreements with the Philippines and have active exercises annually with us now. Japan probably will start doing that by next year. What are the prospects of similar arrangements for Korea, do you think, for it to be much more active and present in the Philippines as well through exercises and status of forces agreements?
I don't have any specific details, but the general direction of South Korean position vis-a-vis cooperation with the Philippines in defense and security and diplomatic areas, I think we have very enhanced commitment compared to before. For example, one of the agreements that President Yoon signed with President Marcos is the upgrading of the bilateral relations to strategic partnership. So you know that South Korea has been in this part of the region mostly the economic player and also a cultural phenomena, K-pop, K-movie, right? But with this sense of the urgent crisis of the existing international order, I think we try to be a more comprehensive player, not only in economic areas. Trade and investment is very important, especially South Korea now has very robust industrial capacity and expertise that's very important. And the Korean, the Hyundai company is engaging in the Subic area, the MRO service. So in that regard, I think South Korea is expected to play bigger a role. I think that's at least that's the aspiration from Seoul.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Cho. I can imagine that the apex of Korean-Philippine relations will be a joint K-drama that is set in the Philippines and Seoul. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're reaching the lunch hour. Unless there are any other questions that you would like to raise. If not, I would like to give our panelists probably the last word, maybe about a minute each on what you could, any parting messages you would have for our audience. Pre-lunch message.
Yeah, with the center of the discussion this morning, this is about the gray zone activities. We in the Philippine Air Force, we will remain resolute in doing our mission. We will not, give in or fall into the brickmanship game on the other side. We just stay the course, in asserting, protecting, and ensuring our sovereignty and asserting our sovereign rights. We'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Just a point also mentioned by Admiral Roy Trinidad about the fact that this administration is clear-eyed regarding the fact that, as Justice Carpio mentioned, Chinese maritime expansion will be a generational matter. This is something that future generations of Filipino would have faced. At least we start with a single step. It will be a journey of 1,000 miles. Now it's very clear that the clear and present danger is Chinese maritime expansion, and we have at least come out with a grand strategy. Of course, the key challenge there is implementing that grand strategy beyond different administrations.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to make this point. One of the changes, because of the recent geopolitical challenges, I think South Korean position with regard to the South China Sea dispute changed. So you have some visible changes. For example, Dindo, as you are aware, that since August last year, with the water cannon attack and all those things, South Korean government issued 10 times statement of concern about what's going on between China and the Philippines. Well, this is kind of diplomatic statement, but I think this indicates very fundamental strategic shift in Korea's thinking. So I think as we are like-minded partners, not only in the Philippines, but other countries in the region, right? So we need to work together to corroborate, to strengthen the existing rules-based order, which is really lifeline for countries like South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. And to everyone, bon appetit.
All right, thank you very much again to our panel. And may we request everyone to please stay on stage for a quick photo opportunity. And may we invite Professor Manhit, please, to join us in the photo opportunity. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Okay. Again, let's give our second panel a round of applause, please. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Wongi Cho, Dr. J. Batong Bakal, General Leo Fontanilla, and Dr. Renato De Castro. So it's already 12 o'clock. I am sure many of you are now ready for lunch. And many of you are excited to check your phones or your laptops to see the results of the US elections. So we'll go on break for a little less than an hour, and we'll see you again at 1 in the afternoon. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay, for our VIP tables, we prepared plated lunch for you. Okay, that's tables 2, 3, 4. Okay. We'll have plated lunch for tables 2, 3, and 4. Thank you.
Year after year, one thing has remained constant. Our goal to ensure meaningful economic development and uplift the lives of the people we serve. Amid the changes, we continue what we set out to do. We believe in an enterprise that reflects our culture, our values, our core. We take inspiration from our past. And usher in a new era of progress. Our balanced pursuit for financial goals and sustainability reflects our rich history and our fruitful journey. It shows our commitment to the country's future. The difference we make defines the work we do. Every time we energize our cities, fulfill the dreams of the many, forge genuine partnerships, connect ideas, design experiences, and solve our toughest challenges. We drive change for a better world. By staying rooted in our values and understanding the community's needs, we are able to create an impact that is felt beyond borders. A change that transcends generations. A legacy that will stand the test of time. And as we conquer new horizons, we look back to where it all started. From a small town in the Visayas. Our journey to become global, we will remain at the head. Our next century defined by how we break conventions, rethink the usual, and push the boundaries of possibility. Because our business is your story of firm foundations, purposeful growth, and the future we share. Abundance, 100 years of advancing business and communities.
In a world where water breathes life into every heartbeat, Manila Water stands as a beacon of unwavering purpose. To fortify economies through essential infrastructures, to improve lives and communities. We draw from our expertise, from water treatment to distribution, wastewater management, and sanitation. We embark on groundbreaking projects that create meaningful value.
We deliver services at par with the world's best. Relevant and beneficial to the communities we serve. We constantly explore new horizons, pushing boundaries and innovating to deliver a lasting impact. At the heart of our success lies our collaborative relationships, built on trust, transparency, and mutual respect, utilizing our diverse strengths towards a shared vision. We are committed to sustainability, championing water security, climate action, stewardship, and social and governance initiatives. As we expand our reach and impact, Manila Water remains resolute in our mission to be a leader in providing water and environmental services supportive of sustainable development across the Manila East Zone and beyond. Our purpose will always be crystal clear. Manila Water.
We live in a world that is as hopeful as it is challenging. While we all look ahead towards a better tomorrow, keeping life's essentials flowing today, keeping the lights on, and doing it harmoniously with people and the environment isn't a mere necessity. It's a responsibility, because everything is interconnected. There's a delicate balance, a synergy that allows us to thrive. At Prime Infra, we live by a customer-centric approach to progress. It's what unites our individual industries and amplifies our collective potential to serve the people and the nation. Our hand in setting good in motion to bring about growth, to lay the foundation for bigger opportunities, to create positive change, and leave the present better is our greatest imperative. Our efforts towards water security, dependable energy supply, and smart eco-solutions to address the waste crisis go beyond mere investments. Our expertise in overcoming and planning for the changes and opportunities of the developing world, our agile operations and management process, and our strong commitment to sustainability in building critical infrastructure is our way of bridging today to the tomorrow our country and the world hopes to see. We make better lives and resilient economies possible. We are Prime Infra.
We are Jollibee Foods Corporation, one of the fastest growing restaurant companies in the world. Home to formidable brands with Jollibee at the helm. We operate a network of stores across Asia, North America, and Europe. From our humble ice cream house beginnings to becoming a dominant industry leader, JFC has sustained strong growth for over 4 decades. We have received numerous international accolades over the years, From best employer to most outstanding corporation to Asia's most admired company, we recognize that our success is tied to the positive impact we create while conducting our business on the well-being of our communities, customers, employees, and various stakeholders all around the world. Our deliberate efforts towards sustainability are guided by our sustainability agenda, Joy for Tomorrow, and our 3 pillars of food, people, and planet. As part of this commitment, our social responsibility arm, Jollibee Group Foundation, is focused on programs that promote access to food, uplifting livelihoods of small farmers to directly supply to large institutions through the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, and alleviating hunger so children can continue their schooling through the Busog Lusog Talino School Feeding Program. Our aim is to grow the business with sustainability as one of our backbones, enabling us to continue our mission of serving great tasting food, bringing the joy of eating to everyone. With consistent taste superiority, outstanding value for money, the highest quality of food, service, and cleanliness, coupled with the talent and commitment of our world-class organization expanding across the globe, we will achieve our vision of becoming one of the top 5 restaurant companies in the world. We are Jollibee Foods Corporation.
What does it take for a company operating a single container terminal to enable port transformation and to contribute to transformed nations? It takes a focused passion to turn ports into drivers of sustainable growth. We are ICTSI, and after starting with one of Asia's first port privatization success stories, we now operate high-performing ports across the Asia-Pacific, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas. And even as countries and industries can count on ICTSI's strong support, so can the most vulnerable among us. Whatever challenges may come, we remain committed to our partner schools, communities, and to the environment. When crisis arose and our commitments were tested, we kept our best hands on deck and cared for them as well. We made fresh pledges and fulfilled them to help turn the tide of crisis. Now we press on, sustaining the flux of essential goods and practically everything else we need for 21st century life. Coffee for bright mornings, cars on our roads, bananas on our tables, heavy equipment for construction, and tiny toys for big imaginations. Accelerating digital, we're making transactions far swifter, safer, and transparent. Equipping our people, we're ensuring that work is done safely, securely, in ways that honor and nurture people and nature. Beyond births and the transformation of logistics, we're pursuing the logistics of transformation across businesses and borders, cultures and communities. We are empowering people to move up and enabling tomorrows that are worth looking forward to. We are ICTSI, and between sea and land we stand, turning ports into turning points.
Meralco Power Gen and its subsidiaries stand at the forefront of advancement. With the flexibility to supply base, intermediate, and peak load, as well as ancillary support, we respond to the growing energy needs of a dynamic nation. Together, let's harness the power of sustainable synergy to create a brighter and cleaner future for generations to come.
Year after year, one thing has remained constant. Our goal to ensure meaningful economic development and uplift the lives of the people we serve. Amid the changes, we continue what we've set out to do. We believe in an enterprise that reflects our culture, our values, our core. We take inspiration from our past. And usher in a new era of progress. Our balanced pursuit for financial gains and sustainability reflects our rich history and our fruitful journey. It shows our commitment to the country's future. The difference we make defines the work we do. Every time we energize our cities, fulfill the dreams of the many, forge genuine partnerships, connect ideas, design experiences, and solve our toughest challenges, we drive change for a better world. By staying rooted in our values and understanding the community's needs, we are able to create an impact that is felt beyond borders. A change that transcends generations. A legacy that will stand the test of time. And as we conquer new horizons, we look back to where it all started. From a small town in the Visayas, to our journey to become global, we will remain at the helm. Our next century defined by how we break conventions, rethink the usual, and push the boundaries of possibility. Because our business is your story of firm foundations, purposeful growth, and the future that we share. Aboitiz, 100 years of advancing business and communities.
In a world where water breathes life into every heartbeat,
Manila Water stands as a beacon of unwavering purpose. To fortify economies through essential infrastructures. To improve lives and communities. We draw from our expertise. From water treatment to distribution, wastewater management, and sanitation. We embark on groundbreaking projects that create meaningful value. We deliver services at par with the world's best. Relevant and beneficial to the communities we serve. We constantly explore new horizons, pushing boundaries and innovating to deliver a lasting impact. At the heart of our success lies our collaborative relationships, built on trust, transparency, and mutual respect, utilizing our diverse strengths towards a shared vision. We are committed to sustainability, championing water security, climate action, stewardship, and social and governance initiatives. As we expand our reach and impact, Manila Water remains resolute in our mission to be a leader in providing water and environmental services supportive of sustainable development across the Manila East Zone and beyond. Our purpose will always be crystal clear. Manila Water.
We live in a world that is as hopeful as it is challenging. While we all look ahead towards a better tomorrow, keeping life's essentials flowing today, keeping the lights on, and doing it harmoniously with people and the environment isn't a mere necessity. It's a responsibility, because everything is interconnected. There's a delicate balance, a synergy that allows us to thrive. At Prime Infra, we live by a customer-centric approach to progress. It's what unites our individual industries and amplifies our collective potential to serve the people and the nation. Our hand in setting good in motion to bring about growth, to lay the foundation for bigger opportunities, to create positive change, and leave the present better is our greatest imperative. Our efforts towards water security, dependable energy supply, and smart eco-solutions to address the waste crisis go beyond mere investments. Our expertise in overcoming and planning for the changes and opportunities of the developing world, our agile operations and management process, and our strong commitment to sustainability in building critical infrastructure is our way of bridging today to the tomorrow our country and the world hopes to see. We make better lives and resilient economies possible. We are Prime Infra.
We are Jollibee Foods Corporation, one of the fastest growing restaurant companies in the world. Home to formidable brands with Jollibee at the helm. We operate a network of stores across Asia, North America, and Europe. From our humble ice cream house beginnings to becoming a dominant industry leader, JFC has sustained strong growth for over 4 decades. We have received numerous international accolades over the years, from Best Employer to Most Outstanding Corporation to Asia's Most Admired Company. We recognize that our success is tied to the positive impact we create while conducting our business on the well-being of our communities, customers, employees, and various stakeholders all around the world. Our deliberate efforts towards sustainability are guided by our sustainability agenda, Joy for Tomorrow, and our 3 pillars of food, people, and planet. As part of this commitment, our social responsibility arm, Jollibee Group Foundation, is focused on programs that promote access to food, uplifting livelihoods of small farmers to directly supply to large institutions through the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, and alleviating hunger so children can continue their schooling through the Busog-Busog Talino School Feeding Program. Our aim is to grow the business with sustainability as one of our backbones, enabling us to continue our mission of serving great tasting food, bringing the joy of eating to everyone. With consistent taste superiority, outstanding value for money, the highest quality of food, service, and cleanliness, coupled with the talent and commitment of our world-class organization expanding across the globe, we will achieve our vision of becoming one of the top 5 restaurant companies in the world. We are Jollibee Foods Corporation.
What does it take for a company operating a single container terminal to enable port transformation and to contribute to transformed nations? It takes a focused passion to turn ports into drivers of sustainable growth. We are ICTSI, and after starting with one of Asia's first port privatization success stories, we now operate high-performing ports across the Asia-Pacific, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas. And even as countries and industries can count on ICTSI's strong support, so can the most vulnerable among us. Whatever challenges may come, we remain committed to our partner schools, communities, and to the environment. When crisis arose and our commitments were tested, we kept our best hands on deck and cared for them as well. We made fresh pledges and fulfilled them to help turn the tide of crisis. Now we press on, sustaining the flux of essential goods and practically everything else we need for 21st century life. Coffee for bright mornings, cars on our roads, bananas on our tables, heavy equipment for construction, and tiny toys for big imaginations. Accelerating digital, we're making transactions far swifter, safer, and transparent. equipping our people, we're ensuring that work is done safely, securely, in ways that honor and nurture people and nature. Beyond births and the transformation of logistics, we're pursuing the logistics of transformation across businesses and borders, cultures and communities. We are empowering people to move up and enabling tomorrows that are worth looking forward to. We are ICTSI, and between sea and land we stand, turning ports into turning points.
Meralco Power Gen and its subsidiaries stand at the forefront of advancement. With the flexibility to supply base, intermediate, and peak load, as well as ancillary support, we respond to the growing energy needs of a dynamic nation. Together, let's harness the power of sustainable synergy to create a brighter and cleaner future for generations to come.
Year after year, one thing has remained constant. Our goal to ensure meaningful economic development and uplift the lives of the people we serve. Amid the changes, we continue what we've set out to do. We believe in an enterprise that reflects our culture, our values, our core. We take inspiration from our past. And usher in a new era of progress. Our balanced pursuit for financial gains and sustainability reflects our rich history and our fruitful journey. It shows our commitment to the country's future. The difference we make defines the work we do. Every time we energize our cities, fulfill the dreams of the many, forge genuine partnerships, connect ideas, design experiences, and solve our toughest challenges. We drive change for a better world. By staying rooted in our values and understanding the community's needs, we are able to create an impact that is felt beyond borders. A change that transcends generations. A legacy that will stand the test of time. And as we conquer new horizons, we look back to where it all started. From a small town in the Visayas, to our journey to become global, we will remain at the helm. Our century defined by how we break conventions, rethink the usual, and push the boundaries of possibility. Because our business is your story of firm foundations, purposeful growth, and the future that we share. Aboitiz, 100 years of advancing business and communities.
In a world where water breathes life into every heartbeat, Manila Water stands as a beacon of unwavering purpose. To fortify economies through essential infrastructures, to improve lives and communities. We draw from our expertise. From water treatment to distribution, wastewater management, and sanitation. We embark on groundbreaking projects that create meaningful value. We deliver services at par with the world's best. Relevant and beneficial to the communities we serve. We constantly explore new horizons, pushing boundaries and innovating to deliver a lasting impact. At the heart of our success lies our collaborative relationships, built on trust, transparency, and mutual respect, utilizing our diverse strengths towards a shared vision. We are committed to sustainability, championing water security, climate action, stewardship, and social and governance initiatives. As we expand our reach and impact, Manila Water remains resolute in our mission to be a leader in providing water and environmental services supportive of sustainable development across the Manila East Zone and beyond. Our purpose will always be crystal clear. Manila Water.
We live in a world that is as hopeful as it is challenging. While we all look ahead towards a better tomorrow, keeping life's essentials flowing today, keeping the lights on, and doing it harmoniously with people and the environment isn't a mere necessity. It's a responsibility, because everything is interconnected. There's a delicate balance, a synergy that allows us to thrive. At Prime Infra, we live by a customer-centric approach to progress. It's what unites our individual industries and amplifies our collective potential to serve the people and the nation. Our hand in setting good in motion to bring about growth, to lay the foundation for bigger opportunities, to create positive change, and leave the present better is our greatest imperative. Our efforts towards water security, dependable energy supply, and smart eco-solutions to address the waste crisis go beyond mere investments. Our expertise in overcoming and planning for the changes and opportunities of the developing world, our agile operations and management process, and our strong commitment to sustainability in building critical infrastructure is our way of bridging today to the tomorrow our country and the world hopes to see. We make better lives and resilient economies possible. We are Prime Infra.
are Jollibee Foods Corporation, one of the fastest growing restaurant companies in the world. Home to formidable brands with Jollibee at the helm. We operate a network of stores across Asia, North America, and Europe. From our humble ice cream house beginnings to becoming a dominant industry leader, JFC has sustained strong growth for over 4 decades. We have received numerous international accolades over the years, from Best Employer to Most Outstanding Corporation to Asia's Most Admired Company. We recognize that our success is tied to the positive impact we create while conducting our business on the well-being of our communities, customers, employees, and various stakeholders all around the world. Our deliberate efforts towards sustainability are guided by our sustainability agenda, Joy for Tomorrow, and our 3 pillars of food, people, and planet. As part of this commitment, our social responsibility arm, Jollibee Group Foundation, is focused on programs that promote access to food, uplifting livelihoods of small farmers to directly supply to large institutions through the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, and alleviating hunger so children can continue their schooling through the Busog-Lusog Alino School Feeding Program. Our aim is to grow the business with sustainability as one of our backbones, enabling us to continue our mission of serving great tasting food, bringing the joy of eating to everyone. With consistent taste superiority, outstanding value for money, the highest quality of food, service, and cleanliness, coupled with the talent and commitment of our world-class organization expanding across the globe, we will achieve our vision of becoming one of the top 5 restaurant companies in the world. We are Jollibee Foods Corporation.
What does it take for a company operating a single container terminal to enable port transformation and to contribute to transformed nations? It takes a focused passion to turn ports into drivers of sustainable growth. We are ICTSI, and after starting with one of Asia's first port privatization success stories, we now operate high-performing ports across the Asia-Pacific, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas. And even as countries and industries can count on ICTSI's strong support, so can the most vulnerable among us. Whatever challenges may come, we remain committed to our partner schools, communities, and to the environment. When crisis arose and our commitments were tested, we kept our best hands on deck and cared for them as well. We made fresh pledges and fulfilled them to help turn the tide of crisis. Now we press on, sustaining the flux of essential goods and practically everything else we need for 21st century life. Coffee for bright mornings, cars on our roads, bananas on our tables, heavy equipment for construction, and tiny toys for big imaginations. Accelerating digital, we're making transactions far swifter, safer, and transparent. Equipping our people, we're ensuring that work is done safely, securely, in ways that honor and nurture people and nature. Beyond births and the transformation of logistics, we're pursuing the logistics of transformation across businesses and borders, cultures and communities. We are empowering people to move up and enabling tomorrows that are worth looking forward to. We are ICTSI, and between sea and land we stand, turning ports into turning points.
Meralco Power Gen and its subsidiaries stand at the forefront of advancement. With the flexibility to supply base, intermediate, and peak load, as well as ancillary support, we respond to the growing energy needs of a dynamic nation. Together, let's harness the power of sustainable synergy to create a brighter and cleaner future for generations to come.
Year after year, one thing has remained constant. Our goal to ensure meaningful economic development and uplift the lives of the people we serve. Amid the changes, we continue what we've set out to do. We believe in an enterprise that reflects our culture, our values, our core. We take inspiration from our past. And usher in a new era of progress. Our balanced pursuit for financial gains and sustainability reflects our rich history and our fruitful journey. It shows our commitment to the country's future. The difference we make defines the work we do. Every time we energize our cities, fulfill the dreams of the many, forge genuine partnerships, connect ideas, design experiences, and solve our toughest challenges. We drive change for a better world. By staying rooted in our values and understanding the community's needs, we are able to create an impact that is felt beyond borders. A change that transcends generations. A legacy that will stand the test of time. And as we conquer new horizons, we look back to where it all started. From a small town in the Visayas to our journey to become global, we will remain at the helm. Our next century defined by how we break conventions rethink the usual, and push the boundaries of possibility. Because our business is your story of firm foundations, purposeful growth, and a future that we share. Aboitiz, 100 years of advancing business and communities.
In a world where water breathes life into every heartbeat, Manila Water stands as a beacon of unwavering purpose. To fortify economies through essential infrastructures, to improve lives and communities. We draw from our expertise. From water treatment to distribution, wastewater management, and sanitation. We embark on groundbreaking projects that create meaningful value. We deliver services at par with the world's best. Relevant and beneficial to the communities we serve. We constantly explore new horizons, pushing boundaries and innovating to deliver a lasting impact. At the heart of our success lies our collaborative relationships, built on trust, transparency, and mutual respect, utilizing our diverse strengths towards a shared vision. We are committed to sustainability, championing water security, climate action, stewardship, and social and governance initiatives. As we expand our reach and impact, Manila Water remains resolute in our mission to be a leader in providing water and environmental services supportive of sustainable development across the Manila East Zone and beyond. Our purpose will always be crystal clear. Manila Water.
We live in a world that is as hopeful as it is challenging. While we all look ahead towards a better tomorrow, keeping life's essentials flowing today, keeping the lights on, and doing it harmoniously with people and the environment isn't a mere necessity. It's a responsibility, because everything is interconnected. There's a delicate balance, a synergy that allows us to thrive. At Prime Infra, we live by a customer-centric approach to progress. It's what unites our individual industries and amplifies our collective potential to serve the people and the nation. Our hand in setting good in motion to bring about growth, to lay the foundation for bigger opportunities, to create positive change, and leave the present better is our greatest imperative. Our efforts towards water security, dependable energy supply, and smart eco-solutions to address the waste crisis go beyond mere investments. Our expertise in overcoming and planning for the changes and opportunities of the developing world, our agile operations and management process, and our strong commitment to sustainability in building critical infrastructure is our way of bridging today to the tomorrow our country and the world hopes to see. We make better lives and resilient economies possible. We our prime infra.
We
Hello.
are Jollibee Foods Corporation.
So good afternoon,
one of the
everyone.
fastest growing
Hope you
restaurants.
are all enjoying your lunch. We'll be starting in 5 minutes.
We operate a network of stores across Asia,
Again, if we
North
can
America.
start to settle down already, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you.
From our humble ice cream house beginnings to becoming a dominant industry leader, JFC has sustained strong growth for over 4 decades. We have received numerous international accolades over the years, from Best Employer to Most Outstanding Corporation to Asia's Most Admired Company. We recognize that our success is tied to the positive impact we create while conducting our business on the well-being of our communities, customers, employees, and various stakeholders all around the world. Our deliberate efforts towards sustainability are guided by our sustainability agenda, Joy for Tomorrow, and our 3 pillars of food, people, and planet. As part of this commitment, our social responsibility arm, Jollibee Group Foundation, is focused on programs that promote access to food, uplifting livelihoods of small farmers to directly supply to large institutions through the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, and alleviating hunger so children can continue their schooling through the Busog Busog Talino School Feeding Program. Our aim is to grow the business with sustainability as one of our backbones, enabling us to continue our mission of serving great tasting food, bringing the joy of eating to everyone. With consistent taste superiority, outstanding value for money, the highest quality of food, service, and cleanliness, coupled with the talent and commitment of our world-class organization expanding across the globe, we will achieve our vision of becoming one of the top 5 restaurant companies in the world. We are Jollibee Foods Corporation.
What does it take for a company operating a single container terminal to enable port transformation and to contribute to transformed nations? It takes a focused passion to turn ports into drivers of sustainable growth. We are ICTFI, and after starting with one of Asia's first port privatization success stories, we now operate high-performing ports across the Asia-Pacific, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas. And even as countries and industries can count on ICTSI's strong support, so can the most vulnerable among us. Whatever challenges may come, we remain committed to our partner schools, communities, and to the environment. When crisis arose and our commitments were tested, we kept our best hands on deck and cared for them as well. We made fresh pledges, fulfilled them, helped turn the tide of crisis. Now we press on, sustain the flux of essential goods and practically everything else we need for 21st century life. Coffee for bright mornings, cars on our roads, bananas on our tables, heavy equipment for construction, tiny toys with big imaginations. Accelerating digital, we're making transactions far swifter, safer, and transparent. Equipping our people, we're ensuring that work is done safely, securely, in ways that honor and nurture people and nature. Beyond births and the transformation of logistics, we're pursuing the logistics of transformation across businesses and borders, cultures and communities. We are empowering people to move up and enabling tomorrows that are worth looking forward. We are ICTSI. Between sea and land we stand, turning ports into turning points.
Meralco Power Gen and its subsidiaries stand at the forefront of advancement. With the flexibility to supply base, intermediate, and peak load, as well as ancillary support, we respond to the growing energy needs of a dynamic nation. Together, let's harness the power of sustainable synergy to create a brighter and cleaner future for generations to come.
Year after year, one thing has remained constant.
Hello. May we request everyone to please settle down. We will now begin our afternoon session. Again, may we request everyone to please settle down. We will now begin our afternoon session. Parang umiingay sila lalo. Again, may we request everyone to please settle down. We will now begin our afternoon session. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Do I have your attention now? Not yet. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you. Welcome back to Pilipinas Conference 2024, navigating a complex geostrategic landscape, building resilience through cohesive cross-sectoral collaboration in 2025. Again, I am Joyce Reyes. I am the Deputy Executive Director for Strategic Engagements of the Stratbase ADR Institute, and I am your host for today. The Stratbase Group has created and has been advocating for the Philippine strategic initiatives. Now, this includes enhancing partnerships with key stakeholders from the government, the private sector, the diplomatic community, and the civil society. Now, one of the objectives of the initiatives is to raise awareness about security issues in the West Philippine Sea and contribute to the discourse on maritime security, gray zone operations, and other critical geopolitical developments in the region, as we have been discussing this morning. Now, this afternoon, we are privileged to listen to a keynote message that will be delivered by the Philippine Ambassador to the United States. Ambassador would have wanted to join us today, but as we all know, there is a very important event happening right now in the United States, their US elections. So instead, he sent us a recorded video message. So to talk about pursuing the Philippines' national interests and the rules-based order, let us all welcome His Excellency Jose Manuel Romualdez. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
First and foremost, allow me to thank my good friends RP and Dindo Manhit for inviting me to participate in this edition of the Pilipinas Conference, albeit virtually. I welcome every opportunity to advocate for our beloved country, especially at these most challenging times. It was just 2 years ago when I spoke before you on the US-Philippine alliance, which I will be briefly discussing later, and the backdrop of the US presidential elections. This time, however, I have been asked to deliver remarks on forwarding the Philippines' national interests and the rules-based order. This is a timely topic for us to ponder on, given that the rules-based international order is facing challenges and threats on multiple fronts. From South and East Asia to Europe and the Middle East, in the maritime and cyberspaces, all of today's geopolitical hotspots have one thing in common. They all seriously defy and flout the rule of law. Sovereignty and the territorial integrity, the peaceful settlement of disputes, these are vital underpinnings of the world order that enabled us to enjoy decades of prosperity and development. If these foundations continue to be eroded, the world as we know it will then cease to exist. Thus, international law is and should remain the great equalizer. As our dear friend, the late Albert de Rosario, liked to spin the old saying, we subscribe not to might is right, but that right is might. This is, of course, our rallying cry back when we embarked on the South China Sea arbitration. Amidst repeated infringements on our sovereignty, the Philippines called on international law to resolve disputes. As we approach a decade of the 2016 arbitral award, we especially emphasize that the award has provided clarity for all of us in terms of the lawful use of the South China Sea, a most vital waterway to all of us here. I urge all our friends and partners to continue highlighting the arbitral awards as the final and binding effect that it'll have on all of us. If there is one thing that we have to remember, it is from this remarks that in this, we must uphold the rule of law. We uphold all our national interests because the alternative is effectively to accept that one is above the law, and history has already given us too many examples of the devastating effects of such exceptionalism. Any progress we have enjoyed up to this point, we owe to the set of rules and norms subscribed to by all of us, our responsible members of the international community. The Philippines is on the front line of efforts to defend the rules-based international order in the maritime sphere, especially in the South China Sea. Our position is firmly anchored on the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, as well as the 2016 Arbitral Award. Hopefully, I don't preempt any of the speakers' remarks in the panel immediately to follow, but I would like to lay out here the parallel approaches the Philippines has been undertaking to address illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive actions in the West Philippine Sea. I have been highlighting these in many of my recent statements because the world needs to know that we are exhausting all possible avenues towards a peaceful resolution. The Philippines will never be the provocateur. First, through preventive diplomacy and dialogue, we remain proactive with our engagements with China and continue to keep channels open, sustain dialogue at various levels, and seek an atmosphere conducive to sincere and meaningful discussion. It is in this spirit that the understanding between the Philippines and China on the principles and approaches for the conduct of rotation and resupply, or RORA missions in Ayungin Shoal, was reached. This understanding was concluded in good faith, with the explicit agreement that it would not prejudice national positions. Second, through regional engagements with the ASEAN, we maintain regional engagement with the ASEAN and remain engaged in strengthening partnerships with the other claimant states in the context of the Code of Conduct of the COC negotiations and through bilateral engagements. We are committed to the process of concluding a substantive and effective COC. More generally, we continue to advocate for ASEAN centrality in the evolving regional architecture and call for arrangements such as the AUKUS to complement this centrality. Third, through alliances and partnerships with like-minded partners, we recognize the importance of upholding the multilateralism by reinforcing partnerships across the globe, by strengthening ties with like-minded nations and regional organizations. We simplify or amplify our call for adherence to the international law and to the international rules-based order and countering unilateral actions that undermine legal norms. Fourth, through maritime dialogues and cooperation, we continue to expand our political consultation and mechanisms with countries where we have diplomatic relations, with maritime cooperation as the situation in the South China Sea as a staple agenda items. Fifth, through advancing UNCLOS and the rule of law in global ocean management, we seek to broaden the acknowledgement of the Arbitral Award and the Philippines' position by advancing the rule of law and underscoring the primacy of UNCLOS as a comprehensive legal framework for law and order in the seas and the management of issues and challenges in the oceans. And finally, through public diplomacy and awareness efforts, we pursue broad public diplomacy and awareness efforts, mindful that domestic support is the fuel that propels our actions forward. Domestically, we recognize the need to strengthen and upgrade our defense capabilities. Our military modernization program is in full swing, aided by our partners such as the United States. At the same time, noting the inextricable link between security and prosperity, we're implementing a whole-of-government approach to accelerate our economic growth as a complement to our national security efforts. I would like to end on Philippine-United States relations, as I am, of course, the Philippine ambassador here in Washington, D.C. As you listen to these remarks, Election Day is just coming to a close here in the United States. For all the speculation on what these elections mean for the Philippines, I can confidently say that the Philippines-U.S. partnership will endure under any U.S. presidency. We will continue to strengthen and enhance not only our bilateral defense cooperation, but our economic ties as well, cognizant that the economically secure and prosperous Philippines will be an even better ally and partner for the United States. Our friendship and partnership will remain a tool for peace, stability, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. On that note, I wish again to extend my sincere thanks to our friends at Stratbase for inviting me to address you all today, and congratulations for mounting yet another successful edition of Pilipinas Conference. Thank you, and mabuhay po kayong lahat, at mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
All right. Thank you very much, Ambassador Babe Romualdez. As he said in his special message for us, he talked about the importance of alliances and reinforcing partnerships across the globe. On our third panel today, we will delve into elevating partnerships and safeguarding the West Philippine Sea. So this panel is in partnership with the Australian Embassy in the Philippines. This panel aims to discuss the significance of international law in advancing the national interests of the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea, as well as in ensuring security and stability in the Indo-Pacific. Moreover, this panel will also explore unilateral partnerships as a strategy to forward shared goals and address common challenges. Our first speaker for this panel will discuss enhancing Philippines-Australia strategic partnerships to safeguard the rule of law. We are honored to have with us today Ambassador of the Australian Embassy in the Philippines, Her Excellency Hei Kyung Yu. Let's give a round of applause, please.
Dindo, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. And I'd like to start by providing my heartfelt congratulations to the Stratbase Group as it celebrates its 20th year. Quite an accomplishment, don't you think? And it's always a great pleasure, Dindo, to be able to partner with you. So thank you so much once again for having me here to address very distinguished audience today. Today, I want to speak about a topic critical to our collective security and prosperity, and that is safeguarding the rule of law in the Indo-Pacific. Now, we already know why the rule of law is important. It is important because we have all benefited, and we continue to benefit from a region that operates by agreed rules and norms. It is important because we have all had a say in developing these rules. It is important because when disputes arise, as they inevitably do, all countries, regardless of size, can ensure their rights are protected and disputes are managed through dialogue and in accordance with the rule of law. And in our region, with its maritime character, we also know that UNCLOS, which by the way is 30 years old this year, is particularly important. The rights, duties, and obligations in UNCLOS are a cornerstone of peace, stability, and security in the maritime domain and in the region more broadly. As successive resolutions of the UN General Assembly have reaffirmed, UNCLOS, and I quote, sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out, and is of strategic importance as the basis for national, regional, and global action and cooperation in the maritime sector, and that its integrity needs to be maintained. So then the big question for me today is, how do we safeguard the rule of law, including UNCLOS, in the Indo-Pacific region? I would say there are 4 ways we can do just that. First, we can all fully abide by the rule of law. How about that, for a change? For example, Australia is no stranger to the UNCLOS dispute resolution mechanisms. Together with Timor-Leste, we held the first compulsory conciliation under UNCLOS, leading to resolution of our maritime boundary dispute. And when it happened, guess what? We abided by the law. By ratifying UNCLOS, states commit to comply with its compulsory dispute settlement procedures in full, not selectively. This includes arbitration. States cannot simply choose not to participate in proceedings commenced against them. The agreement between Vietnam and Indonesia to delimit their maritime boundaries after 12 years of negotiations is a further example of how long-standing maritime disputes can be resolved in accordance with international law. Australia also welcomed the Philippines and Vietnam's recent public commitments to peacefully delimit their maritime boundaries. Yet another example of how we can actually abide by the law. Now, the second way we can safeguard the rule of law is by ensuring we all continue to have a say in shaping the rule of law. This is important. And here we celebrate the role Southeast Asian countries play in designing and protecting UNCLOS. Let me give you some examples. Did you know, for example, that it was a diplomat from the region, a Singaporean ambassador named Tommy Koh, who presided over the third UN conference on the law of the sea, which saw the convention adopted? How exciting is that, right? And for archipelagic countries like the Philippines and Indonesia, UNCLOS incorporates rules that recognize that status. Well, guess what? This is no accident. Diplomats from the Philippines and Indonesia played a pivotal role in advancing the concept of the archipelagic state during the third conference on UNCLOS, thus the rules. And in 2023, it was yet another Singaporean ambassador, Rina Lee, who presided over the negotiations for the Treaty on Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. The adoption of this treaty was a win for ocean governance and multilateralism. So these examples demonstrate the way in which our region has built and shaped the rule of law to advance and protect collective interests. It also proves, those suggestions that are out there that international law is a Western construct are simply wrong. Now, the third way we can safeguard the rule of law is to speak up in support of the rule of law and call out when it is breached or ignored by others. Now, we all know in this room that in 2016, the Arbitral Tribunal made a unanimous, clear, and binding ruling in the South China Sea arbitration between the Philippines and China. The award found that China's excessive maritime claims in the South China Sea were not consistent with international law at all. Unfortunately, we have witnessed undermining of this right here, near us. This is why Australia repeatedly and publicly raised our concerns about China's actions in the South China Sea. States conducting legitimate activities on their own EEZs must not be subject to harassment or aggressive and dangerous conduct. As we have made clear, Australia remains concerned by the pattern of dangerous and aggressive conduct by China, including against Philippine vessels at Second Thomas Shoal and Sabina Shoal. Australia has also expressed concerns when China's maritime forces injured Vietnamese fishers near the Parasols in late September. And we welcome statements of support from many states, including the Philippines, following this incident. We have also witnessed China's efforts to impede legitimate activities by Indonesia in the North Natuna Sea. And Prime Minister Anwar asserted in Malaysia's parliament last month that Malaysia would not cease activities in its EEZ despite objections raised by China. So really, it is important that we all, as countries committed to the rule of law, make clear our common expectations of responsible state behavior. Values and actions, especially those within the region, are vital to shape the region we want. A region where we can all cooperate, trade, and thrive, because that's what it's all about in the end. And finally, we should find more ways to work together and help each other to safeguard and reinforce the rule of law. As strategic partners, Australia will continue to work with the Philippines and other ASEAN member states to enhance maritime security, manage marine resources and domains, and uphold international law. Australia's Foreign Minister announced in March that Australia will invest 2.5 billion pesos over the next 4 years, including 1.5 billion pesos in new funding to enhance Australia's Southeast Asia maritime partnerships. In the Philippines, this funding will complement the next phase of Australia's bilateral civil maritime investment, which I'm very pleased to announce today will double in size to 256 million pesos. Pretty good. Collectively, these investments expand government and institutional cooperation on practical maritime activities. In addition, Australia has been proud to join vessels from the Philippines and other states to participate in various maritime cooperative activities in the Philippine EEZ. And you know what? We will continue to do so, because these activities build habits of cooperation and trust. Australia also remains firmly committed to ASEAN's critical role in reinforcing the primacy of UNCLOS. In fact, we have our ASEAN ambassador here today from Jakarta, Australia's ambassador to ASEAN. Tiffany, thank you so much for joining us today. We will continue to work with Indonesia to jointly deliver ASEAN Regional Forum workshops on law of the sea. We will also work with Vietnam, the EU, New Zealand, and Canada on workshops focused on the implementation of UNCLOS. So in closing, Australia will continue to act and speak in support of safeguarding the rule of law in the region, to nurture and protect agreed rules, to uphold international law, to prevent conflict, and to build strategic trust. Because at the end of the day, we know that this is the only way that we can create a region where all of us can live in peace, stability, and prosperity. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay.
Thank you very much for that inspiring speech, Ambassador HKU. Now, our next speaker will talk about strengthening minilateral partnerships to address asymmetric security challenges. He is a fellow at the Wilson Center and is a non-resident fellow at the Stratbase ADR Institute. Let's give it up for Dr. Prashanth Parameswaran.
Thank you, and congratulations to Stratbase for the anniversary, and thank you for the invitation. So I've been asked to speak about the role of minilateral institutions and partnerships more generally when it comes to the South China Sea and the Indo-Pacific. So I'll try to go through a couple of slides on what is the kind of minilateral landscape, but I'll also share a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing at the Wilson Center, looking at how different Southeast Asian countries are observing the balance between bilateral, minilateral, multilateral, and regional and global partnerships, because these are very interconnected, as we will see. If I could have the next slide, please. So I tried to make this a little bit concise, because we don't have a lot of time. And the way I like to sort of approach this is through the 3 Ds. And the first D would be dynamism when we think about minilateral partnerships. And I think everybody in the room sort of recognizes that even as we are talking about these major geopolitical challenges like the South China Sea, I think I traveled through 10 of the 11 Southeast Asian countries over the past year, all except Myanmar. I think in all of the countries, it's safe to say that countries are dealing with a lot of challenges simultaneously. The domestic challenges with respect to post-pandemic growth, cross-border stability changes when it comes to boundary disputes, regional issues with respect to ASEAN, which I think we've discussed some of the opportunities, but also the challenges within ASEAN that are quite severe. And then also geopolitical challenges and US-China competition, the erosion of the rules-based order, concerns about trade, which particularly for smaller countries and mid-sized countries are extremely big concern. Unlike the United States or China, these countries don't have as big enough of an internal market to be able to choose whether they want to trade or not. It's fundamental to their existence. So how do we think about unilateral partnerships in terms of addressing all of these challenges really at the same time? I think is the question that we're dealing with. And if you look at, I have some of the charts here coming out of the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, which is their annual survey. And if you look at some of the major concerns in Southeast Asia, they have to do with things like unemployment, climate change, in addition to flashpoints like Israel, Gaza, so on and so forth, South China Sea. So the big question is, how do we address all of these challenges at the same time? Because we don't really have the benefit of choosing whether to address one or the other. If I could have the next slide, please. So the first D I talked about was dynamism and sort of dynamic set of challenges. The second one is being mindful of potential divergences, even as we have convergences between countries about institutions. And so when we talk about minilaterals, I think the minilaterals that get a lot of headlines are the kind of US-based or US-led, characterized as US-led minilaterals. When we talk about AUKUS, for example, the Australia, UK, US trilateral partnership, or the Quad, right, between the US, Japan, Australia, and India. But actually, one of the things that's really striking is how the minilateral conversation in the last 10 years has really expanded. China is no stranger to minilateralism. In fact, China is setting up a lot of new institutions of its own that can be characterized as minilateral as well. And some of these have very hegemonic tendencies. If you look at some of the institutions that are set up in the Mekong sub-region, for example, a lot of countries in mainland Southeast Asia are quite worried about the implications of these mechanisms. But you also have sectoral minilaterals. Some of them are set up by Southeast Asian countries themselves with other countries. So the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, or DEPA, is a good example of a digital partnership where Singapore is very actively involved. There are other countries, including New Zealand, that are part of this. China has actually applied to join this as well. So some of these minilaterals are actually not about big geopolitical issues. They're actually very small and meant to deal with individual sectors. And then we also have issue-based minilaterals, the sort of just energy transition partnerships that we've seen a number of countries sign with the Philippines. Well, the Philippines actually in consideration, but Indonesia and Vietnam are the two that have already been sort of forged, the JETPs. We also have Japan, UK, and Italy on this sort of air combat program that they have. So some of these are actually very narrow. So we can talk about these challenges as being very broad partnership minilaterals, but we can also talk about them as being narrow and very focused. And if you look at the effects at play with respect to minilateral institutions, there are trade-offs, right? As with any institution, there are some sort of allegations, for example, that the Quad is a very narrow institution. But to my mind, the Quad plays a very different role from, say, ASEAN, right? So the sort of zero-sum attitude that folks have, some people about Quad versus ASEAN. I mean, ASEAN was never designed to be an institution that addressed security balance of power considerations, right? ASEAN was, the origin of ASEAN in 1967 was to deal with stability within Southeast Asian countries, right? And it's expanded since then. The Quad addresses an explicit concern, which is the massive sort of balance of power considerations with China's rise, right? That is not something that's not something that ASEAN is explicitly designed to do. And then I would also say there are other considerations with respect to, if you have a minilateral institution, how efficient are these institutions? What value do they provide? So the United States has issued the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, and obviously, like many things we've talked about today, we'll have to see the US election results to see where that goes. But I think the big question I hear a lot in the region is, no matter what, whether it's an institution set up by the United States or other countries in the region, what is actually being contributed in terms of what's new here, right? So the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework talks a lot about supply chains and specific sectoral areas where it does contribute. But one of the areas where it doesn't contribute because of the collapse of the trade pillar is the conversation around trade, which, as I said, a lot of countries in the region are still interested in doing a lot. So I think there's a tendency in the region as well to look at each individual mechanism to see how are these new mechanisms contributing and where is the value there relative to other institutions where the value is not really very clear. And if I could have the last slide. So what does this all mean in terms of leveraging these multilateral partnerships for issues like the South China Sea, but also more broadly in terms of geopolitics in the Indo-Pacific region? You know, I think, as I mentioned earlier, if you look at the chart there on your right, that looks at changes in defense spending over the past year. And you can see, you know, the point I wanted to raise with this slide is, you know, you can see China over there. You could put basically all of the Southeast Asian countries into China's defense spending, and you'd still have a little bit of room. So there has to be an adjustment and recognition of the balance of power consideration with respect to capabilities. But there also has to be a recognition that I think, as the Japanese ambassador mentioned to us this morning, I think every country in the region is looking to balance against what China is doing. Every country is also looking to try to engage China on a bunch of other issues. But frankly, more and more countries are also looking to shape the region on their own terms, right? Southeast Asia is already the 5th largest economy in the world. If you look at 2040, it's going to be the 4th largest economy in the world. Economies like Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines are also going to be countries in their own right. So how do these countries think about shaping those institutions as well? And how do multilateral institutions play a role? And if you look at those three areas, I mentioned the DIPA agreement, the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement. You know, that's an example of countries, no matter how small these countries are, using multilateral institutions to shape the region, not just react to what is happening by major powers. But there are other institutions. I mentioned some of China's institutions in the Mekong subregion, for example. Now you're seeing countries like Thailand and Vietnam step up and do their own mechanisms and institutions in response to that. So we are seeing balancing behavior in the region as well. And I would say, lastly, multilateral institutions can also provide countries with the confidence to engage China to a level that allows these countries to shape the overall balance of power and then have a China approach, right? I think increasingly in Southeast Asia, we talked a little bit about the Philippines earlier today. I see a lot of countries thinking about this fact that if China is going to be a sort of risen power and a more hegemonic power in Southeast Asia in the next 20, 30, 40 years, the question is really not whether these countries are going to engage China, but on what terms are these countries going to engage China. And that requires a recognition of the rules-based order, but it also requires a series of institutions and partnerships that are diversified and allow them to be confident as they're engaging Beijing, whether it's on individual infrastructure projects or it's on deals like critical minerals. I think all of the countries in Southeast Asia are looking for a balanced set of institutions and partnerships to do that. And so that means it's going to be an increasing role for Australia, for Japan, for South Korea. But also, interestingly, I'm really struck by how much of a conversation in Southeast Asian states there are about partnerships with Latin American countries, partnerships with African countries. So this is very much an increasingly global conversation around the Indo-Pacific rather than one that is just based in the region. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prashant. Our third speaker for this panel will tackle reinforcing security and stability in the Indo-Pacific through international law. It is our honor to have with us today former Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, Justice Antonio Carpio.
Good afternoon, everyone. There are two foundational principles of the United Nations Charter. First, all disputes between states must be settled by peaceful means. And second, in the settlement of disputes between states, the threat or use of force is outlawed. These two principles are the basis of the rules-based international order. The reason why these two foundational principles were adopted is stated in the preamble of the 1945 UN Charter: to prevent the scourge of another world war, which twice have wrought havoc on mankind. A third world war would probably end mankind as we know it today because of the existence of enough nuclear bombs to destroy our world multiple times. Before the 1945 UN Charter was adopted, the rule in international law was, as mentioned earlier, might was right. If a state had a territorial dispute with another state, the state could just invade its neighboring state to settle the territorial dispute. If it succeeded in its invasion and won the war, its invasion was legitimate, and it was awarded with the territory of its neighboring state. This might is right rule spawned countless wars, leading to 2 world wars. The UN Charter changed this rule to right is might. When China seized Scarborough Shoal in 2012, the Philippines did not send its Marines to retake Scarborough Shoal. The Philippines sent its lawyers to The Hague to invalidate China's 9-dash line before a tribunal under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. And the Philippines won a landmark victory in the July 12, 2016 Arbitral Award, which the world is now rallying behind to preserve peace and stability in the South China Sea. Recently, 2 nuclear-armed states have been deliberately trying to overturn the prevailing right is might rule and to return the world to the might is right rule that governed before the 1945 UN Charter. In Europe, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022 to settle a territorial dispute with armed force in blatant violation of the foundational principle of the UN Charter. In Asia, China enacted a new Coast Guard law authorizing its Coast Guard vessels to use all necessary force to implement its 10-dash line in the South China Sea. This new Chinese law is a threat of force against coastal states whose exclusive economic zones are encroached by China's 10-dash line, a threat of force that is equally outlawed in the UN Charter as the use of actual armed force. In Europe, the frontline state bravely defending the international rules-based order on behalf of the entire world is Ukraine. The EU and NATO countries have given their full support to Ukraine. In Asia, and in particular in the South China Sea, the Philippines is the frontline state, bravely defending the rules-based international order against Chinese encroachment. Bullying and aggressive gray zone tactics designed to seize almost 90% of the South China Sea, including its high seas and vast areas of the exclusive economic zones of 5 ASEAN coastal states. The Philippines should invite all like-minded states of the world to sail in the West Philippine Sea, singly or jointly with the Philippines and others, to show that in the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines, in the West Philippine Sea, there is freedom of navigation and overflight, including the conduct of naval and aerial drills in accordance with UNCLOS. This will affirm and enforce the Arbitral Award of July 12, 2016, that China's 9-dash line, which has now grown to 10-dash line since then, is invalid as a claim to maritime zones, their waters and natural resources under UNCLOS and international law. If the navies and coast guards of like-minded states will continuously sail in the South China Sea to assert freedom of navigation and overflight, China can never succeed in imposing its 10-dash line as its national boundary in the South China Sea. The members of the United Nations approved recently the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, or the High Seas Treaty. And it is now in the process of being ratified by the states. China approved the High Seas Treaty but has announced that the treaty does not apply to the South China Sea because there are no high seas in the South China Sea, since almost 90% of the South China Sea fall within China's 10-dash line. We should remember that the Arbitral Award of 2016 affirmed the existence of high seas in the South China Sea. If the High Seas Treaty cannot apply to the high seas of the South China Sea, then the High Seas Treaty is DOA, dead on arrival. Other powerful states will start to claim that the high seas near them do not apply to that the High Seas Treaties near them do not apply to their area. To prevent China from claiming that other ratifying states are acquiescing or impliedly consenting that the High Seas Treaty does not apply to the South China Sea, all states that ratify the High Seas Treaty must expressly declare in their instrument of ratification that the High Seas Treaty applies to the South China Sea. This will achieve two important things. First, it will prevent China from claiming that other ratifying states agree that there are no high seas in the South China Sea. Second, it will affirm the Arbitral Award of 2016 denying China's claim to almost 90% of the maritime areas in the South China Sea. On the part of the Philippines, it should continue to bring outstanding maritime issues before an UNCLOS tribunal, which has compulsory jurisdiction to resolve the dispute. Thus, the Philippines should submit to arbitration the overlapping extended continental shelves with China and other ASEAN states in the Stratbase area, as well as submit to arbitration the ramming by Chinese Coast Guard vessels of Philippine Coast Guard vessels in Philippine EEZ in the West Philippine Sea. Lastly, the Philippines should invite China, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Brunei to submit the territorial dispute over the Stratbase to voluntary arbitration by the International Court of Justice. Separately, the Philippines should invite China to submit the territorial dispute over the Scarborough Shoal to voluntary arbitration also by the ICJ. This is in accordance with the mandatory provision of the UN Charter that all member states shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means, outlawing the threat or use of force. With that, I end my short presentation. Thank you for your patience and kind attention.
Thank you very much, Justice Tony Carpio. Our final speaker for this panel will talk about enforcing international and domestic law to advance national interest. Also joining us today is the Dean of the University of Asia and the Pacific Institute of Law. He is also a non-resident fellow of the Stratbase ADR Institute. Let us all welcome Dr. Jemai Gatdula.
Good afternoon, all. The thing is, after Justice Carpio has spoken, what else is there for me to say except I concur? So, if Richard Hidarian is here, anyway. So, what I'll try to do in the few minutes I have, so my topic is enforcing international domestic law to advance national interest. I'll just be essentially raising some issues that be addressed, or at least attempt to be addressed in the future. Well, one of the things that I'd like to bring up, and this is something that Justice Carpio, I think, with all the lawyers here would understand, There's also a little bit of a confusion with regard to international law and domestic law and how they actually interplay with each other. We've always liked to think that international plays a role in the law of the land. But even then, when you make distinctions as to whether or not it's a customary law or treaty law, it's something that we haven't really fleshed out. We also haven't fleshed out as well whether or not how we can make a distinction between, for example, an executive agreement and treaty. There's an executive order that defines that, but actually it doesn't really mean much because in the end it just throws to the DFA to making the decision whether or not it's a treaty. Obviously, if you're the DFA, you're going to want to make it as an executive order, so you don't need to go through Senate concurrence as well. I will be looking at Neil Silva for his nodding head if I'm actually on the right track on this one. So, a June 2024 survey of Octa Research saw 76% of Filipinos see China as the greatest threat to the Philippines. And the Philippine defense budget actually reflects this. It's supposed to be projected to expand by another 6.4% in 2025, which is only gratifying. However, look at the United States defense spending, 3.3% of its GDP. Singapore is around 2.5%. South Korea at 2%, and Japan at 1.6%. The Philippine GDP is currently at 26.55, which therefore has a spending of only 0.896%. Now, the Constitution does prioritize education, and it's one of the things that I'd like to invite people to address on whether or not we should have a constitutional provision with regard to prioritizing education. Article 2.4 does mandate that the prime duty of the government is to serve and protect the people, and therefore there's something that has to be done to actually align our actions with regard to that provision. The other thing that's interesting, or that's something that we need to understand as well, is that the government admirably is undertaking an upgrade in defense industry standards, modernized regulations, and establishing linkages. Yet the upgrade of our military capabilities comes with the need for our legal framework to maintain consistency with such developments. Our rules of engagement must be made responsive to our defense capabilities, ensuring not merely the upholding of human rights in relation to combatants and civilians, but also to align the Philippine response to the variety of potential political and military scenarios that could ensue. Right now, as far as our rules of engagement is concerned, and also with regard to our international understanding of humanitarian armed conflict law, what we do is essentially borrow from the Red Cross. The other thing that we also look at, that we need to look at, and we need to be able to refine further, is our rules with regard to the laws of war in the Philippines. The Philippines renounces war as an instrument of national policy. Okay, so that much is clear. And the president could essentially be the commander-in-chief to prevent or suppress lawless violence, invasion, or rebellion. Congress, of course, has the sole power to declare the existence of a state of war, in which case the Congress may, by law, authorize a president for a limited period and subject to such restrictions, powers necessary to declare national policy. The question is that who brings us to the state of war? Would an act of aggression be enough to actually bring us to that state of war? Can the president, by his lonesome, reply to an act of aggression and therefore bring us to that state of war for which Congress has no other duty but to actually declare its existence? From Article 7.18, it seems that it is possible in cases of lawless violence, invasion, or rebellion, which leads us therefore in the definition of aggression. If such aggression could amount to an invasion, that the president could unilaterally make the call to self-defense, anent Article 7.18. But what about cases amounting to foreign aggression that do not amount to an invasion, thus removing it theoretically from the purview of Article 7.18? Who makes the call then to bring the country to a state of war? I will discuss. I'm going to skip already the discussions on the definitions of aggression, or probably take it up again on the question and answer portion, which I'm sure you're all going to be eager to skip to. I'd just like to bring also one area with regard to succession. The Constitution does provide for Article 7.18 that in cases of death, permanent disability, removal from office, or resignation of the President, Vice President, the Vice President shall become the President to serve the unexpired term. And then it goes to list down the line the President of the Senate and then the Speaker of the House. The foregoing does not address two issues. The foregoing provision does not address two issues. The simultaneous or eventual deaths, permanent disability, removal from office or resignations of the President, Vice President, Senate President, and House Speaker, which is actually something logical to ask because all of them essentially do their business in Manila. And also the temporary disability or temporary or illegal removal from office of the President. Now, for the first issue, the Constitution partly addresses that by requiring Congress to make a law on who shall serve as President in case of the foregoing circumstance. However, it doesn't address the happenstance when all four are simultaneously, for example, taken out. Now, it is suggested that while a law could be done to address both issues, an executive order could probably be suggested to address that issue. And in case of all four officials are taken out permanently or even temporarily, then an executive order can be issued. And this is where a suggestion of mine comes in, for an executive order to be issued delegating commander-in-chief powers, particularly to civilian control over the military to the governors of Tarlac, as an act of aggression. Economic coercion could not yet reach that level, yet it is possible to be able to classify economic coercion as also an act of aggression. Now, if, for example, an armed attack occurs, then therefore it could also perhaps lead to the understanding that we could probably go to the Security Council, well, of course, China is there, or essentially the General Assembly with regard to the Uniting for Peace resolution. One other thing that I'd like to point out, and this is just to be able to wake up you guys after having slept too late. So people have been talking about, for example, the rule of law. The question is that, what essentially is the rule of law? People have been saying, for example, that, okay, fine, we should all adhere to the rule of law. But essentially, you're talking of two things. One is your procedural, the thin definition of rule of law, and then your thick one, which is the substantive definition of rule of law. Assuming you can get past the first, then you go to the second. And this is where actually countries have differences in opinion. We're talking here of rule of law with regard to the substance of the law. And for some people, the substance of the law is where the differences lie. And the other thing that you also have to consider is the disconnect between the domestic application of the law and also sa international level. If you do not have a rule of law application at the domestic level, then it becomes a little bit questionable on why you should be asking for a rule of law application in the international level. Particularly if you're talking here of countries that have been accused, for example, of, let's say, curtailment of civil rights and liberties and so on. The other thing that I'd like to raise is the fact that we're talking of the rule of law, but at the same time, if in the end, for example, your prime investment partner or your prime trade partner is the other country, then it becomes a problem as well. For people to like to say that, okay, fine, we'd like to support the rule of law as far as the Philippines is concerned, then it so happens that you're diverting or not necessarily trading with the Philippines and instead making the other country as your prime trade partner or your investment partner, then what does it really actually mean for people's beliefs with regard to the rule of law? I guess, to put it a little bit tritely, I think we have to be able to vote with our wallets in being able to defend what actually the rule of law really means. I'd like to answer with some recommendations. One of them is essentially to go before the General Assembly under the Uniting for Peace General Assembly resolution, particularly with regard to the environmental violations being done against the Philippines. Jay Batumbakal has already also written about other cases that could be filed before the General Assembly or even the ICJ with regard to this one. We have to legislate an effective government succession plan. We have to be able to revise perhaps the MDT or the US-Philippines Treaty to be able to at least reflect modern gray zone threats. The Department of Justice has to be more aggressive in the prosecution of illegal visitors here in the Philippines, as well as prosecute those engaged in disseminating foreign propaganda against our national security. We simply cannot allow the supposed adherence of the Philippines to our civil liberties to be used against us so that eventually it would lead to the termination of those civil liberties permanently. And finally, we have to institute massive investment and tax incentives for industries or businesses in order to bolster our self-reliance defense posture, including tax write-offs and other such with regard to donations from local industries or security allies. I guess I'll end my talk here. What I just want to end off is that we need to be confident that our constitutional system allows us the flexibility to protect ourselves. We should not be shackled by mistaken understandings of the freedoms of speech, liberty, and property, so that such freedoms are not used against us by countries that do not respect those rights in any event. Thank you very much, and a good afternoon to all. And also, of course, congratulations to Stratbase and Dino Manhit for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dean Jemai Gatduda. So before we proceed to the panel discussion, we would like to recognize the presence of some government officials, key government officials first, who joined us this morning and who are with us this afternoon. So we have with us Colonel Francel Margaret Padilla Taborlupa, spokesperson of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Colonel Francel. Okay. Oh, there, there. Hi, ma'am. And then also with us, former retired Vice Admiral Alexander Pama, former Flag Officer in Command of the Philippine Navy.
And the other one is sort of the conversation around trade, which has gotten a lot more complex. And I think, either candidate who won today, and if it's a scenario with Trump, I suspect we'll see a lot of continuity there. I think we also have to recognize that, even before this, a second Trump administration for me is going to be very different from a first Trump administration. The mix of personnel is going to be very different. There are proclivities of the administration, but also, frankly, the geopolitical environment. The United States in the middle of two wars globally that are not in the Indo-Pacific. And the challenges in the past decade have grown even larger, right? Yep. Even when I'm speaking to American audiences, folks are very surprised sometimes when I mention that, China now has the world's largest navy. It's overtaken the United States. That has happened within the last 10 or 15 years. So I think for me, a lot of the challenges here are going to be very structural for the United States. But the implications for Southeast Asia, I think, a lot of them are actually going to be, for me actually, a lot of the countries have actually, I think, baked this in. If you look at a lot of the foreign policy and security outlooks of a lot of the Southeast Asian countries, everybody is looking to engage not just with the United States, but also with, more with Japan, more with Korea, more with Australia. And frankly, as I said in my remarks, a lot more with European countries, African countries, Latin American countries. So I sense that this, and you've called it, Richard, before, 50 shades of hedging, right?
Yep.
So we may even see
copyrighted that, yeah.
Greatest, so it might be, 70,
way.
80, 100. I mean, this tendencies will only continue because the big challenge for Southeast Asia is that everybody knows that we're facing a more assertive China. The issue is that we're facing both a more assertive China and a more uncertain United States and a more contested regional landscape in Southeast Asia. So one of those challenges has to do with the United States, but the other challenges have to do with China, the other countries and partners, as well as other Southeast Asian countries. So that's the aspect that we're
Just a quick follow-up question before I go to the rest of the speakers. I noticed, from Tokyo to Berlin, all major capitals, there was a lot of hand-wringing over the possibility of Trump winning. So everyone has Trump-proof themselves, you're correct. But in the Philippines, I noticed tremendous amount of optimism about a second Trump president, at least in relative terms. Do you think that is warranted? Do you think there's too much complacency here? Or do you think it's actually valid that the Philippines can have that special relationship? After all, the Marcoses and Trumps go a long way from Manhattan days and all of that. So personal diplomacy will obviously be 100% for sure.
So I think with respect, you're right to flag with respect to the Philippines what's happening bilaterally. Because I think it's not forgotten that it was actually during the Trump administration when the United States actually went to sort of tie the Mutual Defense Treaty with the South China Sea in a much more sort of forceful fashion. That happened under Trump before Biden, right? And so I think that sort of commitment to China and the South China Sea, you'll see a lot of continuity. Where I think there's a lot more uncertainty actually is on the economic front. I think all of the Southeast Asian countries, including the Philippines, are looking for the United States to do more on a comprehensive basis, including even if there's a more challenging conversation on trade, what economic benefits can the United States sort of provide for these countries? I think we've seen the Biden administration show a lot of understanding on that question, including the Luzon Economic Corridor. I'd be very interested in seeing how a Trump administration would develop that strategy. There's a lot more uncertainty. And then I would also say, frankly, we've got Malaysia chairing ASEAN in 2025. The Philippines is going to be chairing ASEAN in 2026. So I think all of these countries will be thinking as well about if we have a President Trump in the White House, first of all, is he going to come or is it going to be somebody else? Yeah. But also, how do you tie in the bilateral agenda with the unilateral and multilateral agenda? All of the Southeast Asian countries can be thinking about this. And the Philippines has also done a lot of things globally and multilaterally as well, including bidding for a UN non-permanent seat. So all of these countries have to think about, depending on how the US relationship goes, how do you calibrate that with your other partnerships? Right. That's going to be the other uncertainty. So
I think that's a perfect segue. Ambassador Kyung, I know you're in bright red, and no, I know you're the Australian ambassador to Manila, but can you kind of put all of these things together? To the degree that you can say, obviously officially it's not final yet, but let's say with the likely scenario of a second Trump presidency, how is Australia gonna triangulate that with also improving relationship with the Philippines? Because a lot of people are actually optimistic that under Trump presidency, there will be even further solidification of this minilateral cooperation arrangements. Or you're free to disagree with me, Ambassador.
Well, I think I've said this before in other forums, that every country works in your own national interest. And that means you work with other countries whatever the shape, whatever the form, to advance your national interest. And that's exactly what Australia's doing. I know that relationships are formed and nurtured to ensure that Australia's interests are protected in all different scenarios, with the results still not known, obviously, and also with me sitting here in the Philippines focusing on Australia and the Philippines relationship. It's completely, probably inappropriate for me to say further more than that. But that's exactly what everyone should be doing and every country should be doing. And, we're certainly very confident in the strength of our alliance with the US. And, those strong relationships will underpin the great work that Australia has been doing and will continue to do with the US.
Ambassador, regardless of who's the next president, now to make it more diplomatically correct, what are the things that Australia and the Philippines are working towards together for a rules-based order in this part of the world? Yeah.
Yes, of course. That I can answer with great enthusiasm. There's a lot that we are doing together, and I actually highlighted some of that in my remarks. I think Australia and the Philippines, we can really relate to each other because we live in the same region. We share same values. We have similar challenges facing us. And as such, our strength in terms of our cooperation, not just in military and security space, but in other spaces, have also strengthened. And in my view, this comprehensive picture of our relationship is really important in ensuring that we help the Philippines to advance its national interest, while through that, Australia achieved the same goal as well. So certainly our military and security cooperation has strengthened and has shifted, to be honest, more and more into maritime security space. I mean, that should be of no surprise to you. And on that point, my colleague tells me I misspoke when I gave my remarks and said that our bilateral investment in maritime space will double to 256 million pesos. It's actually 656 million pesos.
Oh, wow.
So no wonder you didn't clap straight away. Because I was like, hey, that's impressive, isn't it? 656, I was thinking, right? But I just wanted to just correct that now that I've got this opportunity. So that's an example of how we are really stepping up our further cooperation with the Philippines. But like I said, that's been coupled with our deeper engagement in economic space. Economic power is absolutely strategic power. So if Australia is serious about helping the Philippines, we have to also help the Philippines grow economically. And this is why the Australian government has been so committed to our Southeast Asia economic strategy to 2040. And through that, we've been actively working to bring Australian companies into the Philippines to show them amazing opportunities for investment and to increase our two-way trade between our two countries. So I really want to emphasize that that's an important part of what it is that we're doing more of with the Philippines to help achieve the region we both want to live in. And of course, our development program continues. And I'm really delighted to say that just recently, we've launched our development partnership plan with the Philippines that actually spans over a 5-year period. And this plan was actually pretty much co-authored with the Philippines. We actually consulted 85 stakeholders in the Philippines, including many government agencies led by NEDA. And so we wanted to make sure that we are telling you loud and clearly, Australia is here to stay. And we're going to focus on things that matter to you. So this development plan is focused on the Philippines' own priority areas. And we're going to work with you to come up with appropriate solutions.
Ambassador, when it comes to economic and strategic economic investments, there's been a lot of conversation about the Philippines as a kind of a quote-unquote China-free supplier of critical minerals. We're second largest in nickel. We're very open to working with our trusted partner. We see ourselves as a trusted partner. How is Australia positioning itself given your strong presence in the mining sector?
That's actually one area that I would love to see more cooperation between our two countries. As the Philippines have lifted your moratorium on mining, we've moved fast. And I actually took a Philippine delegation to Western Australia to show Philippine companies and governments on how Australia has made the most of mining. And that has actually informed the Philippine government's thinking about your own regulatory rules and licensing processes. In addition, we are actively engaging Australian companies, mining companies, to look to the Philippines. And we are paving the way, hopefully, for future partnerships between Philippine companies and Australian companies to explore the mining sector. And our thinking in that is going even further than that and looking at community involvement in mining. As you know, in the past, Philippines did not have the most positive experience in mining,
right,
because the activities were not necessarily sustainable, profits were not necessarily shared. So we are even thinking about how we can actually introduce indigenous communities in the Philippines to talk to Australian Aboriginal communities in Australia who actually has made the most of this opportunity by actively engaging with commercial companies to really get the benefit of mining in their traditional land. So we're getting right down to detail of things like that to bring the two countries together so Australia can share the experiences we have in mining and Australia can bring investment into your mining sector.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for that very comprehensive response. And my apologies if I put you on the spot there. You can always ignore my questions. We have two great legal luminaries, Dr. Catula and Justice Carpio. Justice Carpio, what do you think should be the way forward in terms of upholding our economic and sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea, in addition to what has already been happening? Because I think a lot of folks have been pleasantly surprised by the direction of the wind over the past 2 years under the Marcos Jr. administration. But obviously, this is a marathon, as you put it. This is a 12-round boxing match, and we're just in the early rounds. What are the things we should do next? How are the best ways to uphold the rules-based order in our region?
Well, what we can do is file arbitration cases again. China has been saying that the Philippines, they should stop the Philippines from filing another arbitration case. So that reveals their soft spot, and that's where we should strike. What are the arbitration cases we can file? Well, we filed our extended continental shelf claim in the Spratlys. China filed its opposition, and under the rules of the UN Commission, the limits of the continental shelf, everything is from the South China Sea since 2,000 years ago. So what we should do is file another arbitration case. And I think Vietnam and Malaysia, which have filed the same, their own claims over the same area, would welcome that. I don't think that they want to file the arbitration case themselves, but if we file it, they would be happy if they will be made defendants. So I think we should do that, because that's the way to move forward, and we will be using again the rule of law. The last time we used the rule of law was when we filed the arbitration case at The Hague. And China will never appear because they know they will lose if we sue them before an UNCLOS tribunal, because the UNCLOS tribunal in the 2016 arbitral award already ruled that the 9-dash line is void as a claim to maritime resources. Right. And the only defense of China in claiming maritime zones in this overlapping area is still the 9-dash line, which they now call 10-dash line. So China really has no basis for its claim, and we will certainly win if we bring China to an arbitration. So we should do that. But, well, it takes time to convince the DFA and Malacanang, but I think that is the way to go. Also, of course, the underlying dispute in the West Philippine Sea is the territorial dispute. 5 nations claim the Spratlys. China claims everything. Vietnam claims everything. We claim about 95%. Malaysia about 10%. So the UN Charter says all disputes must be settled by peaceful means. And the Charter uses the term shall. All members shall settle their disputes by peaceful means. So let's file an arbitration case on the territorial dispute, because that's the only way to settle it. This dispute will be frozen forever if nobody files an arbitration case. Of course, there is no treaty that compels China to submit to arbitration, so it will depend on whether China voluntarily agrees. And again, because China has really no basis for its claim, it will not appear again. So, but anyway, at least we tell the world that we're ready to submit it to arbitration. Right. If we lose, we will abide by the arbitration, but China doesn't want to join the arbitration. So the world will understand that we have the better title because we're prepared to submit it to arbitration. So I think we should be more aggressive in using the rule of law.
Right.
Because that is where our strength lies. We cannot fight China in the high seas because China is the largest navy in the world, the largest submarine force in the world, the largest standing army in the world, the largest coast guard in the world. So where do we go? Let's go to the arbitral tribunal. When China seized Scarborough Shoal in 2012, as I said, we did not send our Marines to retake Scarborough Shoal. We sent our lawyers. We should continue to do the same. Thank you.
Dr. Gadula, obviously you have a special place in the Philippines, and in fact, our friendship throughout the years was based on that, this idea of bringing academe, think tanks together, and also making sure we improve our education on international law. How important is raising public awareness about international law in the Philippines? How far have we come, and what should be the steps forward? And more importantly, what is your take as a legal expert in terms of leveraging international law in protecting our interests and the rules-based order here?
Well, it's very important. The interesting thing here is that with regard to a lot of the massive disinformation that's happening around in the Philippines, a lot of it can actually be sourced in some of the, how should I put it, more prestigious universities here. They're actually producing essentially lawyers that would in a way be giving out opinions that are more appealable to China rather than in the Philippines, which I feel is a little bit, there has to be a better way of educating people with regard to international law. Just as an aside, I mean, obviously we would like to advance Philippine interest, but right now I think the Philippines has been doing as much as it can already. I don't really see any more thing that the Philippines can do except essentially to be able to go into linkages with other countries so as to advance our concept or our understanding of what national law, national interest, and international law is. Otherwise, we will essentially be going at it our individual ways. And the only way to go about it is essentially just to be able to either have a security arrangement or probably a trade arrangement with the other countries. Something that I have been thinking in my head is that, and I could probably be out of the loop, but has anybody actually ever discussed what the end goal is that we really want out of this? Because I've been asking people for this, and so we've been actually discussing, debating, and but in the end, what does a victory or a win actually look like for us? I have not yet gotten an answer. Now, Jay, I mean, unfortunately Jay is not here, I think gave an answer that we should go back to the 2013, 2014 situation that we were in, and he's probably right. I'm not going to debate that. On the other hand, if I were going to be idealistic about it, I'd simply go back to the Constitution in Article 2. So you have the Treaty of Paris and the Treaty of Washington. whatever is written there, then we go back to that. Now, the thing is that the Filipino, apparently because it's a young country, keeps thinking in things in impatient manner, that apparently foreign policy is something that you do within a matter of decades. But when you think about it, precisely because we are a young country with a very young demographic, 23, 24 year average, 24-year-old average, we should actually be talking about this in the long term. You have a country, your adversary, so-called, is around what? Has an average age of around 35, 36 years. So in terms of demographics, perhaps in terms of economics, there's a huge amount of motivation for us to be able to play for this in the long game. And I don't understand why we should not make it as a minimum that we go back to the original, as I mentioned earlier, the Treaty of Washington, Treaty of Paris, and whatever it is that's stated in Article 2. Just because of the fact that we have lost possession of some islands does not mean that we will not be able to recover them in the future somewhere along the line. Now, the other thing that I'd like to bring up, and I don't know, I just got a message that apparently Trump won Pennsylvania. If that's over, the one danger or the one negative thing that perhaps people are worried about with regard to the Trump presidency, you were mentioning complacency with regard to the Philippines vis-a-vis Trump. And I think the reason for it's not a complacency, but I think a level of comfort, because he already was president before. Right. So we already know how he's going to react. Now, the one area that perhaps may be a source of concern for us is with regard to trade. But when we really think about it, a lot of the trade agreements already is essentially already in place. And so with regard to the lowering of tariffs, how much more lowered tariffs or how much raising of tariffs can you have? I mean, for me, it would be an ideal situation if Biden, perhaps, and hopefully Trump in the near future, would be able to reinitiate negotiations or talks with regard to the appointments of the appellate body of the WTO, because that would be really helpful for everybody. Having said, but setting that aside, I don't really see much damage in terms of trade, perhaps with regard to international finance regulations and so on. But as far as trade is concerned, baksak na yung tariffs. What more do we need to essentially worry about? Obviously, they could probably do something like the Smoot-Hawley law that they did in the 30s, but how can they do that when you have the WTO and all the other trade treaty agreements that we have? So I think that little bit of concern is also in a way manageable for the Philippines. So I don't think I addressed your question, pero that's my answer.
There's so much here, but actually I want to open it up. But first of all, let me shout out to Admiral Ong. They have a new paper, Theory of Victory. So as we speak, there are a lot of Filipino strategic thinkers who are already thinking about what should be the long-term goal, what are the minimums, what is the floor, what is the realistic ceiling. So thank you very much for flagging that. And as I said, one thing I appreciate with Jay, with Dr. Gatula, with Justice Carpi is this melding of both legal minds but also strategic thinking, because I think for far too long we have had this artificial barriers between us political scientists and lawyers and all, but we're realizing there's a world whereby you have to have a comprehensive strategic understanding. May I get 2 or 3 questions
Richard,
maybe across? Yes,
yeah, sorry.
Please.
I had a bit of a cheat sheet because I was provided your questions beforehand, and I think one of the questions that you were wanting to ask or supposed to ask of me is whether or not the academe should do more in being able to contribute with regard to Philippine policy making. I think it's the other way around. It should be government that should be more open to having the academe into policy making. I think there's a little bit of an enclosed nature with regard to government because of the little bit of jealousy with regard to the keeping of information. But I think there should be a more openness in getting all the great universities that you have. And of course, when I say great universities, I'm referring to the University of Asia and the Pacific in Ortigas.
Absolutely.
So therefore, hopefully you could probably... So, and I think that would go a long way. In the same way, I think that you have other countries that are really tapping on to the other thing I'd like to suggest would be the tapping of the private sector, the business sector. In the same way that we read trade negotiations, we tapped into the private sector, the business sector, we never tapped into the private sector with regard to defense negotiations. So.
Absolutely. Thanks to ADR also for bringing us together. Hopefully we'll have more of this. Maybe a few questions we can put together, and then is there any violent reaction, any comments? Wow, that's weird. Maybe they're so impressed with your answer. So maybe I will just go to let's go back to the script. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe I'll start with you again, Dr. Gadula, because we're hoping to wrap up also soon. What are your ideas about how the Philippines should move forward here and work not only with the US, but also with Australia? We have the great ambassador of Australia here. How should we work on a minilateral basis with these different countries?
Quite aggressively. I think it was Justice Carpi who used the term aggressive. I think we should be really incredibly aggressive on this one, particularly aggressive in the sense that we assert the rights that we have under international law. I don't mean to be overly, I don't know what the term is. You could probably mention it to me later when I'm done. But I did not understand the hesitation that we had when China was doing certain things to our soldiers, when one of our soldiers lost.
You think we're diffident a little bit too passive?
Well, let's just call it for what it is. There was an act of aggression done against the Philippines. We were already entitled to retaliate or provide countermeasures. That we did not do so should be considered as a sign of restraint on the part of the Philippines. But the thing is that if you do not assert that, then it would probably be an indication that we're not considering such acts as aggression. But those are acts of aggression. The Philippines has been in good faith. The Philippines has also been quite in good faith as well in exercising such restraint. But I think it's also good to be able to flag the fact that our restraint cannot be taken forever.
Right, so clear with red lines and clear with responses once those red lines are crossed.
And yes, we've heard the fact that the Chinese have the biggest navy right now, but having quantity is different from quality. So there's a possibility again that you may have the biggest navy on earth, but if the quality is not there, as far as I'm concerned, the quality of our fighting force is incredibly experienced, and so that's something that we shouldn't be downplaying.
Although Comrade Stalin would say quantity brings quality too. Speaking of unilateralism, Prashant, where do you see this going? Do you see new quads coming over, like Philippines, Korea, Japan, US, Philippines, Australia? Like you already have JAFUS and AUKUS and all of that. Where do you see unilateralism going, especially with second Trump presidency, almost certain? Yeah.
So I think one of the things I'm really struck by, so the contrast between now looking at Southeast Asia from a US lens and growing up in Southeast Asia, I grew up in Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines. I remember during the 90s, everything was about globalization, multilateralism, rule of law, a lot of things that we perhaps took a little bit for granted during that time. All of these aspects, I think, are challenged in our world today. So China, the US, these variables are there, but the whole question for Southeast Asia is, as this region is one of the most dynamic regions in the world and is trying to grow in the next 1, 2, 3 decades, how does Southeast Asia do that in a more contested global order where globalization is questioned, where multilateralism is questioned, where the rule of law is questioned? That is a huge challenge. I think with the Trump administration, you're going to see, President Trump under his first term was a lot more transactional. I think you will see a lot more of these smaller agreements being forged, bilateral agreements, sometimes understandings that are not institutionalized, perhaps. You'll see a lot more of that. But I think the big question for me is, in the last 20, 25 years, among all of the Southeast Asian countries, what we've been seeing is the question of, as we're confronting both a more uncertain United States and a more assertive China, how are the other powers going to step up? What are the countries like Japan going to do, Australia and other countries? And I suspect we will see all of these countries doing even more in the region. I mean, the ambassador mentioned Australia, where it's a great example where Southeast Asian countries are asking all of their partners, we want a lot more economic assistance and trade and investment, what can you do? And Australia just responded by saying, well, here is a strategy, like literally a strategy for doing that. If you look at Japan, we talk a lot about infrastructure connectivity with China, but Japan is actually doing a lot more in that domain and continues to do a lot more. So I think the question for me is, when we think about multilateralism, what is the balance of those institutions and partnerships, and what can each of these countries do? So Japan clearly has an advantage in some areas, Australia does in other areas. India, I hope, will do a lot more. I think it's the country where you look at historical and cultural and civilizational links with India, huge. But the sort of mismatch between that and India's strategic weight, I think, hasn't been realized. So hopefully we'll see a lot more, and Europe and so on and so forth. So I suspect we'll see a lot more in that domain, where I think, as you were saying earlier, a lot more uncertainty is around this economic conversation, where I think all of the countries want the United States to do more economically. But when you look at investment, frankly, China is catching up in that investment, not just the trade conversation, where China is now almost at $1 trillion, the United States at 500 billion. On investment in some of these Southeast Asian countries like Indonesia, China wasn't even within the top 20 within the last decade, China has now been one of the top investors. So this conversation we used to have 5, 10 years ago about we can do economic stuff with China, but we'll do security stuff with the US. I don't see that as
bifurcation is not holding
China is
anymore.
doing a lot more in the security space, and I think the US is thinking about new ways to engage economically. So I think this whole economic security division that we've had 10, 15 years ago, I don't see that playing out in the next 15, 20 years. There'll be a lot more creative ways to engage.
Or even too artificial to begin with. Ambassador, what do you want to see more in terms of our bilateral cooperation when it comes to maritime security and rules-based order?
More, yes. I mean, we're already doing so much. I think we need to just stay the course.
Right.
And stay true to our principles and our values, and be consistent and persistent in cooperative activities that we actually have underway between the Philippines and Australia. And we need to also deepen the nature of engagement so that it's not always the same way, but more complex, challenges should be tackled.
Right.
And, for example, we've been doing lots of joint military exercises and training, but I think there is now a call for those trainings and exercises to be much more complicated and diverse in its kind of perspectives and issues that it's trying to deal with. So that's one way we can actually do more of things. But we also need to be really creative and think outside the box a bit as well, and come up with new ideas that are still really reinforcing the rules-based order and the rule of law that is very, very important to all of us. But let's think outside the box and come up with creative ways we can do that.
Right. Justice Carr, you had a lot of outside-the-box ideas a while ago. Justice Carr, what do you think we should do in terms of working with our friends and allies, with Australia, among others, in the years to come? How can we work with Australia and other partners, not only United States?
Well, our problem, we have the arbitral award. It's a matter of enforcement. And the way to enforce that is for the Philippines and its allies to sail in the West Philippine Sea. Because if we sail in the West Philippine Sea, our allies will use the arbitral award, which says that there is an EEZ in the West Philippine Sea. The EEZ belongs to the Philippines, and in the EEZ we can conduct naval drills, aerial drills, and by doing that, they're telling China, this is not your national territory. And that's the strongest enforcement of the arbitral award. Every time the US, Australia, UK, the French navies sail in the West Philippine Sea, they are actually enforcing the arbitral award, because they're saying this is the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines, and in this exclusive economic zone, we can sail here, we can conduct naval and aerial drills. So that we should be doing that. And we should be inviting all the navies of the world. If we do that, then China can never make the 10-dash line its national boundary. I'd like to bring up one matter about the theory of victory of Admiral Ong. What is our theory of victory in the West Philippine Sea? Well, there are two disputes in the West Philippine Sea. You have the maritime dispute and the territorial dispute. Maritime dispute, we won the arbitral award, but we haven't gotten the gas in Reed Bank. The exclusive economic zone is all about natural resources. If you're getting the natural resources for your benefit, you're winning. So we are not yet winning in the West Philippine Sea. Malaysia, in their EEZ, despite the threats of China, they are able to drill and they're able to get the gas. Even if China doesn't recognize their EEZ, the Malaysians are able to get their gas. So in my book, they are winning. Indonesia recently expelled the Chinese Coast Guards that were trying to stop the Indonesians from drilling in their EEZ in the Natunas. So they're actually winning because they're getting the gas. That's the EEZ is all about getting the natural resources. And they're getting Malaysia and Indonesia. So actually, Malaysia and Indonesia are winning. But we have the arbitral award, but during the time of Duterte, he refused to enforce it. We're now under a new administration. We have almost 2 years now. It's about time to get the gas.
So we need follow through. We need
if we
to,
get
yeah.
the gas, we are winning. That's my theory of victory for the maritime dispute. For the territorial dispute, my theory of victory there is when the other parties, other claimant states, agree to submit it to arbitration, because if it's submitted to arbitration, we agree to abide by whatever ruling comes out of that. And I'm certain we will win because I think we have the strongest title, the strongest claim. So for me, the theory of victory for in the West Philippine Sea is if we get the gas.
So that's,
even if
that's
China
the
does not
KPI.
recognize,
Yeah, that's the...
even if China does not recognize the arbitral award, as long as we're getting the gas. For the territorial dispute, once we get the other parties to submit it to arbitration, then we have won because we'll just follow the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that clarion call. I hope everyone can give a round of applause to our fantastic panel. You may continue the conversation later on, and I hope have more interesting discussion later. Thank you. Yeah, photo up, yeah, first.
Thank you very much again to our third panel. May we request everyone to please stay for a quick photo opportunity with Professor Manhit. All right, thank you very much again to our third panel. Let's give them another round of applause, please. All right, and we're now down to our last panel discussion for today, which will focus on addressing malign influence operations in the Philippines. This is one of the topics that I'm really looking forward to listening. Okay, so this panel is actually in partnership with the United States Embassy in the Philippines. And for this panel, we seek to explore the expansion of national security from physical spaces to the cyber domain. The country is currently a target of malign foreign influences in the form of offensive cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and cognitive warfare. Now, these activities have the potential to incite detrimental effects on the country's national security by sowing division within society, undermining confidence in government institutions, and influencing decision-making processes. However, this also presents the country with opportunities to work with like-minded partners to enhance civilian and military cyber defense capacities for a digital-ready and cyber-safe population. Okay, so for this panel, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines was supposed to join us, General Romeo Browner. However, yesterday we were informed that he was being called to join a very important meeting with the Defense Secretary this afternoon. But fortunately, we are still very honored to have with us today the Deputy Chief of Staff for Plans, or J5 of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Major General Romel Cordova. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Professor Manhit, Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon. The Chief of Staff, General Bronner, sends his apologies for not coming here. He had wanted to come here and deliver the message. Just recently, he opened the Armed Forces of the Philippines joint exercise, Dagit Pa, or Dagat, Langit at Lupa, or sea, air, and land exercise. This is actually a inter-service unilateral exercise of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. This morning, I think he went to somewhere in the West Philippine Sea to do part of the exercise, and is coming back later this afternoon for a meeting with the Secretary of National Defense. So on his behalf, I am sent here, and since I am the principal staff for military strategy, contingency planning, capability development, and military diplomacy, so I think he wanted me to read his message. So he has prepared a message actually, and just would like to read it now. But later during the panel discussion, I want to ask for indulgence for your questions, because I'm just 3 months in my job. But I must say that I was the assistant J5 for the last 2.5 years. So I'll read the message of the Chief of Staff. I extend my deepest gratitude for the opportunity to address you today. It is a privilege and a profound honor to represent the Armed Forces of the Philippines in this distinguished forum. As Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, I stand before you as a military leader and a committed partner in addressing the critical challenges of our nation and the broader Indo-Pacific region. Since its inception 89 years ago, the Armed Forces of the Philippines has been entrusted with the solemn responsibility of safeguarding our sovereignty, securing our people, and defending our territory. Our history is marked by the courage and the sacrifice of generations who have protected our land, sea, and air from external threats. We have built our defense strategies around these three main domains: land, sea, and air. That's why we just had an exercise, Dagit Pa, Dagat, Langit at Lupa, where we have encountered and neutralized countless and adversarial actions aimed at undermining our sovereignty. But the realities we face today compel us to rethink and redefine our approach to defense. As the world changes, so too must our strategy for defending our nation. The threats we confront are no longer limited to physical incursions or territorial disputes. They have expanded beyond the traditional battlefields into new and more complex arenas, such as cyberspace and the information environment. Today's security landscape is very different from what it was just a few decades ago. While traditional territorial defense remains vital, we are now dealing with adversaries that operate in domains far removed from physical confrontation. The rise of cyber attacks, information warfare, and disinformation campaigns are stark reminders that conflict has entered a new frontier. In this digital age, malign actors, whether state or non-state, are using the internet and social media platforms to manipulate public perception, distort facts, and undermine our democratic institutions. These malign influence operations pose a significant threat not only to national security, but also to the very fabric of our society. Unlike conventional warfare, where we face a physical enemy, the threats in cyberspace are often invisible insidious, and difficult to detect. They erode public trust in our government, sow division within our society, and even influence political and economic decisions. Cyber warfare is the modern battleground. Disinformation is its weapon. It is designed to disorient the public, create confusion, and disrupt the decision-making processes for both the individual as well as the government. We have seen the impact of these operations in various parts of the world, and the Philippines is not immune. This is why our security mandate must evolve. We must now defend our nation not only from traditional threats, but also from the more covert, pervasive, and disruptive threats that emerge from the digital and information realm. In light of these emerging threats, the armed forces of the Philippines is committed to expanding its security mandate from the conventional territorial defense to encompass cyber defense as an integral part of our new comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, or CADC. To secure our sovereignty in today's interconnected world, we must protect our digital infrastructure, or our critical information infrastructure, safeguard sensitive information, and ensure the integrity of our communications. This means building our capabilities to detect, to prevent, and to respond to cyber attacks that could cripple our critical information infrastructures. Cyber defense is not merely an adjunct to our traditional capabilities. It is a core component of our new defense concept. As such, we are prioritizing the development of our cyber forces, enhancing our capability to defend our country in this domain. I must emphasize that I think that was yesterday afternoon, the Chief of Staff activated our AFP Cyber Command. From a small AFP Cyber Group, we have now, the Defense Department has directed the armed forces to enhance our cyber defense capability, our cyber forces, by building or creating a new unit. We are investing in both technology and talent, ensuring that our cybersecurity personnel are equipped with the knowledge and tools to counter the evolving tactic of cyber adversaries. However, the digital threat landscape is not limited to cyber attacks on infrastructure. Just as critical is the fight against disinformation and malign influence operations aimed at shaping public opinion, disrupting social cohesion, and eroding trust in our democratic institutions. In response to these challenges, the Armed Forces of the Philippines has crafted a comprehensive strategy to address these threats head-on. One of our key initiatives is the Armed Forces of the Philippines Communication Plan for the West Philippine Sea, aptly named MULAT, which in Filipino means awakened. Through this initiative, we aim to awaken the Filipino people and the international community to the realities of misinformation and malign influence. MULAT carries with it the tagline, "Our seas, our rights, our future." This underscores the importance of our national sovereignty and our rightful claim to the West Philippine Sea, a region where disinformation campaigns and aggressive actions continue to undermine our rights. The campaign is grounded on three core messages. Alamin, to know. Ipaglaban, to fight for. And suportahan or alagaan, to support and care for. First, alamin, to know. An informed and vigilant citizenry is one of the most potent defenses against malign influence operation. By educating the public about the true nature of the challenges we face, we can combat disinformation at its roots. We must provide clear, factual information to counter the false narratives propagated by those who seek to distort the truth. Second, ipaglaban, to fight for. It is not enough to know the truth, we must also defend it. This includes standing up against the illegal, coercive, and aggressive actions we see in the West Philippine Sea and beyond. Whether these actions take place in physical or digital spaces, we must be unwavering in our resolve to protect our sovereignty. Finally, suportahan, alagaan, to support and care for. Defending our nation's interests is a collective effort. We must foster a sense of unity, patriotism, and collective action among Filipinos in the face of both conventional and unconventional threats. This means encouraging citizens, communities, and institutions to support our national security efforts, both in defending our territorial waters and safeguarding our digital space. Our success in countering these threats depends on collaboration. As we strengthen our cyber defense capabilities and build resilience against disinformation, we must work hand in hand with our allies, with other government agencies, the private sector, and civil society. The security challenges we face today do not exist in isolation. They are part of a larger, interconnected global security environment. By fostering greater cooperation, sharing intelligence, and building collective defenses, we can better safeguard our nation and contribute to the stability of the Indo-Pacific region. In conclusion, the world is rapidly changing, and with it, the nature of conflict and defense. The Armed Forces of the Philippines is steadfast in its commitment to adapt and to respond to these evolving threats. We will continue to defend our sovereignty and our territory, but we recognize that the defense of our nation must also extend to cyberspace and the information environment. Through initiatives like MULAT and our expanded focus on cyber defense, we are not only protecting our nation's physical boundaries, but also securing our digital future. I call upon all of you, our partners, stakeholders, and fellow defenders of peace and security to join us in this vital effort. Together, we can build a future where sovereignty is protected, our people are secure, and our democracy remains strong. Thank you, and unquote. Just to add a bit, in our trust towards enhancing our capability in cyber defense, a big chunk of our modernization program is actually allocated towards that area. So in our cyber systems project, we have actually 12 lots to include integrating our communication infrastructure, electronic warfare, to include I think the air defense system discussed this morning. This is we're not saying it's done. It's a work in progress. This is quite a big challenge for us because this is a new capability, but we recognize that the cyber domain is a very critical domain that we must look at and address all the threats in it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, General Romel Cordova. Always good to hear these developments, especially amidst the continuing malign influence operations, especially in the cyberspace. All right. So to tell us more about strengthening one of the strategies of our country, the transparency strategy of the Philippines, we have with us today the spokesperson of the West Philippine Sea from the Philippine Coast Guard. Let's all welcome Coast Guard Commodore J. Tariela.
To Professor Dindo Manhit, distinguished guests, co-workers in the government, members of the diplomatic community, isang magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Since we launched the Transparency Initiative in the West Philippine Sea, some critics have argued that transparency is not a viable strategy. They even claim it fails to effectively address Chinese aggression in the region. Some suggest it might have exacerbated the situation instead of calming China's aggression towards the Philippine Coast Guard, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the lowly Filipino fishermen. It is interesting that this so-called security analyst who dismissed transparency as part of our strategy seem to overlook the fact that their awareness of the unfolding events in the West Philippine Sea is a direct result of our efforts of publication of incidents. I would not delve deeply into the definition of strategy, but in essence, let me emphasize that in broad strokes, it refers to a plan of action designed to achieve significant goals. Therefore, when evaluating our transparency efforts, we must ask, what are its overall objectives? Since day one of our transparency efforts, I have emphasized that our initiative has two primary goals. First, to raise awareness among Filipinos about the realities in the West Philippine Sea. And second, to expose China's bullying tactics to the international community. The first goal is crucial, especially since President Bongbong Marcos has taken over a nation with very limited information on Chinese aggression. During his predecessor's administration, many reported incidents were either denied or downplayed. His commitment to not surrender a square inch of our territory to any foreign power becomes challenging if the Filipino is unaware of what is at stake. The second goal intends to inform the international community about harassment and bullying, not merely to seek sympathy or ask for support for our military modernization, but to highlight that the struggle in this region concerns not only our maritime rights, but also the integrity of the rules-based international order and the effectivity of the international law as equalizer of nations, big or small. Reflecting on the first year, if achieving our defined objective signifies a strategy, then I would argue that transparency indeed qualifies as one. A recent survey indicates that 7 out of 10 Filipinos are unwilling to support pro-China candidates in the 2025 midterm elections. Notably, both the upper and lower houses of Congress are now backing the funding for the agencies that bolsters our efforts in the West Philippine Sea. Additionally, we have garnered significant support from like-minded nations within the international community, whether through diplomatic condemnation of China's actions, economic assistance to help us diversify our trade in anticipation of potential economic coercion, or military engagement to strengthen our security cooperation. However, for me, transparency is not just a strategy. It has actually evolved into a national campaign. It has become a crusade where civil society takes part in sailing towards the West Philippine Sea despite the threatening presence of the China Coast Guard. It has progressed into a movement where people from all walks of life could join the West Philippine Sea run to show our unity as one nation. Through publication of China's aggression, we have sparked a renewed sense of patriotism among the Filipino people. This long-term goal is essential as it ensures that our fight in the West Philippine Sea resonates broadly, allowing Filipinos to understand that our struggle goes beyond the interests of those who support the current sitting president. We must ensure that this initiative continues and does not remain limited to just raising awareness. Both the current and future generation of Filipinos need to recognize that our fight in the West Philippine Sea is a collective struggle for all of us. This is our duty to our ancestors who fought valiantly for our independence and freedom, as well as our responsibility to the generations that will follow next. Our transparency efforts extend far beyond simply embedding media reporters and sharing videos that showcase China's aggressive actions at sea. We have diversified our approach significantly. We are now engaging youth from various universities across the country to help them understand the importance of this fight for our future leaders. Additionally, we have involved local communities and local government units from Luzon to Mindanao, clarifying that the President's stance on the West Philippine Sea is driven by his unwavering commitment to stand up against bullies without the intention of provoking war. We are also reaching out to grassroots radio stations to amplify our message in remote areas lacking internet access or mainstream media coverage. Furthermore, we have engaged with religious groups, encouraging them to leverage their influence to support our patriotic cause. Our most pressing challenge now in the West Philippine Sea isn't the monster ships of the Chinese maritime forces, but rather the misinformation, disinformation, and fake news that have long divided the Filipino people. And this is why the People's Republic of China opposes our transparency efforts and invests heavily in malign operations. Recent reports indicate that the amount of fake news being disseminated by the People's Republic of China on social media in the Philippines has surged 10 times higher than their postings in 2022. This clearly demonstrates that the transparency initiatives led by the National Task Force for the West Philippine Sea is effective, prompting them to ramp up their efforts tenfold to counter our factual narrative. The issue at hand is that if we fail to intensify our efforts or choose to neglect transparency for various reasons, there will come a time when the People's Republic of China could reverse our current progress and regain control of the narrative. Recently, we have observed troubling patterns on social media where their trolls seems to be gaining traction once again and influencing some Filipinos. For instance, during my recent interaction with the youth in some university, I noticed a resurgence of the narrative suggesting that President Bongbong Marcos' firm stance against the bullying of the Chinese could lead to war. This sentiment had largely diminished on social media since we initiated our transparency efforts last year. However, it is once again gaining the attention of the Filipino people. Moreover, another prevalent piece of misinformation being spread by these trolls, particularly in the light of the upcoming United States election, is the claim that the United States will ultimately abandon the Philippines in our fight in the West Philippine Sea, asserting that the United States support is contingent upon the current administration. Lastly, malicious influencers, including social media accounts linked to the People's Republic of China, are trying to promote the narrative that the foreign policy of the previous administration was far better than that of President Marcos. Their aim is to portray President Marcos' stance on the West Philippine Sea as misguided and irrational, suggesting that it is merely a reflection of the United States' influence. The most pressing threat that we face is that the PRC is employing malign influence to undermine the unity among Filipinos fostered by our transparency efforts. It is clear that we must safeguard this unity. Otherwise, the substantial progress we have made could be jeopardized, leaving us once again adrift and uncertain about our rightful position in the fight for the West Philippine Sea. While I was waiting for my turn to speak, I was asked why China is becoming more aggressive despite of our transparency efforts. I have addressed this question numerous times, emphasizing that we never claimed the Transparency Initiative would serve as a silver bullet against China's aggression. However, I recognize now that there is a valid inquiry, so let me provide an analytical perspective about this. This behavior can be understood in two ways. First, the People's Republic of China may be challenging the like-minded nations that have condemned their aggression, testing the limits of their responses as Beijing escalate their own actions in the West Philippine Sea. On the other hand, it is also possible that Xi Jinping is indifferent to the reputational damage caused by the exposure of their barbaric actions. The Transparency Initiative may have resonated with the Chinese domestic audience, prompting scrutiny of how Xi Jinping will respond to the pressure from these nations. Thus, to project an image of decisiveness and bravery, Xi Jinping has prioritized domestic perceptions over international reputational concern. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that the flow of information, the public discourse, and the factual narrative are crucial for us to unite as one nation with a shared Filipino identity. If we fail in this effort, we risk losing our momentum and may once again elect a president who trivializes our issue in the West Philippine Sea, would eventually joke during the election campaign that he would just ride jet ski going to the West Philippine Sea and later deny it was just a joke. The awakening of the Filipino patriotism as taught by Dr. Jose Rizal cannot be realized if we do not recognize ourselves as one nation with diverse ethnic backgrounds. Our forefathers managed to unify Filipinos despite lack of connectivity. But I am uncertain now whether the current cyber connectivity we enjoy will foster our unity or contribute to the fragmentation of our collective stance on the West Philippine Sea. To close, I would like to leave you with a quote from our national hero, and then he said, "On this battlefield, man has no better weapon than his information and intelligence, and no other force but his heart." Thank you very much at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Commodore J. Tariela. So I was informed that Commodore J needs to leave soon. So before you go, sir, let's have a quick photo opportunity with General Cordova as well and Professor Manhit. And perhaps Commodore Roy, you can also join. You may also join the yes, sir, for the photo opportunity, and General Fontanilla as well. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much again, Commodore J. Tariela. Okay, so our third speaker for today will unpack the investments of the United States in the Philippines. He is a senior fellow and director of the Southeast Asia Program, Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Gregory Poling.
Thank you very much. First of all, to Dindo and Stratbase ADRI, congratulations on the anniversary and thank you so much for having me back. It is odd for me to be speaking on a panel not about the South China Sea, so I appreciate the opportunity. And let me go ahead and confirm, yes, every major outlet has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. He will be the next president of the United States. No further questions. Thank you. What I'm going to present briefly today are the findings of a report that we've done at CSIS over the last year that tries to address one specific aspect of disinformation that we hear a great deal here, and in many other economies in the region, but particularly in the Philippines. And that is the idea that China is a vital economic partner, the most important economic partner, and therefore any decisions that the Philippines makes that upsets Beijing is ultimately contrary to Philippine national interests. The corollary to that argument being that the United States is not all that important an economic partner, that the United States does not invest, does not trade, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is simply not the case. After a year of diving through databases and spreadsheets and who knows how many interviews, we decided to compile a set of deep case studies on U.S. involvement in specific key industries in the Philippines. And when I say we, I should say I mean our associate fellow Jaffa Kitson here, who was the one who had to stare at all of those spreadsheets for the last year. So thank you, Jaffa. If we could go to the next slide. So let's start with the top numbers. When you look at most economic figures, there's basically only one category in which China is the most important partner for the Philippines. And that is China is the most important import partner. China sells a lot of things to the Philippines. The United States is the top export market. The United States is the top provider of official development assistance. And the United States is a much more important provider of foreign direct investment. However you want to slice it, we chose to look at the last 10 years of investment. The United States was the 5th largest investor, not to mention that a whole bunch of those Singaporean companies that get counted in Singapore are US multinationals. Almost none of them are Chinese multinationals. If you look at just the last few years, the numbers are even starker. Since the pandemic, China has invested remarkably little, I mean a rounding error, in the Philippines. And when we look at the types of investments, US companies have been in the Philippines in some cases for a century. They provide manufacturing jobs, service jobs. They actually employ Filipinos in high quality, well-paying jobs. Chinese infrastructure projects, most of which never get completed, might be flashy, but for the most part, they don't employ Filipinos. I mean, we presented this on Monday, and I'm pretty sure the only term we heard on every single panel was the term pogos. That is what people will remember about Chinese investment over the last decade. They will not remember high-paying, high-quality jobs for Filipinos. Next slide, please. If we look at what the current, now outgoing, U.S. administration has done to try to reinforce this relationship, we have seen a clear recognition on the part of the U.S. government that the renaissance in the U.S.-Philippine security alliance must be accompanied by a deepening of the economic relationship. If the relationship does not provide clear benefits to the average Filipino citizen, it will not be resilient. It will not survive administration to administration. And so all of the big splashy headlines about EDCA and rotations of US assets and joint exercises has also been accompanied by a lot of effort to deepen that economic relationship. The Luzon Economic Corridor, the Philippines' involvement in IPEF, the 123 Civil Nuclear Agreement. Can we flip to the next slide? There we go. The U.S. Development Finance Corp has plans to open its first regional office here in the Philippines. We had Secretary of Commerce Raimondo bring several C-suite executives from the U.S. here on the first ever presidential trade and investment mission. And of course, we have all of the ancillary economic benefits of EDCA. You know, we have $120 million in the next fiscal year going into the EDCA sites. Those create jobs both on the bases and in surrounding communities. Next slide. But the most important thing about the U.S. economic relationship is what happens in the private sector. I mean, one of the things that makes the U.S. different than China, and that often makes our messaging more difficult, is that the U.S. government does not control the activities of the U.S. private sector. The U.S. embassy doesn't get to dictate where U.S. corporate money goes, and therefore they have a harder time controlling that messaging, getting, ribbon cutting ceremonies on the front page of every paper. But when we look at the key industries of the future, it is obvious that U.S. companies are very interested in the Philippines and are stepping up their presence here. Back in the States, when we talk to the Chamber of Commerce and the US ASEAN Business Council and others, what we keep hearing is the term VIP, that their countries are interested in Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Those are the big three places that US companies are looking to as they seek to diversify investments away from the People's Republic of China. And I'll just note here, one of the things that has made this study difficult, and I think necessary, is that we really have no unified database of these investments, not just for the US, but for anybody. The Philippines has more than a dozen investment promotion agencies. When you look at the Philippine Statistics Agency, the Bureau of Investment, they categorize these investments very differently. If you look at the numbers on the US side and the Philippine side, they never match up. And so it is very difficult just to figure out what is actually happening. We can flip to the next slide. We chose in this study to look at 7 key sectors. I'm just going to walk very quickly through 4 of them here, but we have the IT BPM sector, we have the renewable energy sector, critical minerals and EVs, defense industry and aeronautics, shipping and logistics, semiconductors. Was that 7? I think I got them. All right. First IT BPM. So the IT BPM sector is one of the biggest employers in the Philippines. The Philippines is now the world leader in IT BPM services, passed India more than a decade ago, and US companies are at the forefront of that. The IT BPM sector currently employs over 1.5 million Filipinos, projected to go up to 2.5 million by 2028. Next slide. As one example, we have companies like Accenture, some of the biggest employers here in the Philippines. I'd also flag Concentrix, that are often labeled as among the best places to work for Filipinos. In particular, Accenture and American Express were cited among the best places to work in the aforementioned Great Place to Work guide that's released regularly. Next slide. Second, semiconductors. I doubt that there is any industry, except maybe renewables, that we hear about more often than semiconductors. Everybody in Southeast Asia, as well as India, Mexico, and elsewhere, wants a piece of the semiconductor manufacturing industry. And what is often forgotten is that the Philippines has had a piece of that industry for decades. US companies like Texas Instruments have been here. The Philippines plays a major role in packaging, testing, and assembly of semiconductors. That sector employs 2.5 million Filipinos, a fact that is not well appreciated here or in the United States. But the Philippines' role in semiconductor manufacturing will grow in the years ahead, and it will grow in large part because of investments by the US and US allies and partners like Taiwan. Next slide. For example, Texas Instruments, as I said, recently announced a $1 billion facility to be built, to expand in Baguio and Clark City. That company has been in the Philippines now for over 40 years. It's not going anywhere. Next slide, please. Our third industry, and one that we hear a lot about from President Marcos, given his focus on food security, is agriculture. We have big US agricultural companies that have been in the Philippines in many cases since the 1930s, and they continue to be here in long-term partnerships. This is not flashy, it's not sexy, you don't hear a ton about agricultural relations, but it is absolutely vital to a country like the Philippines, whose agricultural supply chain is notoriously brittle, given both the geography and the very high import rate of Philippine foodstuffs. Next slide. Just as one example, one of those US companies, Cargill, that has been in the country for nearly a century, continues to work with major Philippine companies, none more famous than Jollibee, with whom Cargill announced a partnership in 2017 for a joint poultry processing plant. Next slide. The last of our 4 industries I want to talk about is one where the US is actually, sadly, not a leader yet, but in which we hear nothing but interest in every discussion when President Marcos has come to Washington, when US officials have come here, when we had companies come with Secretary Raimondo earlier this year for the Presidential Trade and Investment Mission, and that is renewable energy. US hydrocarbon companies have been in the Philippines for over 100 years. US renewable companies, solar and wind, are so far not particularly present. But the Philippines has enormous potential. given its position at the equator, its future reliance on solar and wind, its very ambitious goals for net zero. And I think we will clearly see US companies, through things like the Luzon Economic Corridor, PGII, and IPEF, moving into the Philippines more aggressively to help set up more renewable capacity. Next slide. And if we fudge the meaning of renewable a little bit, one of those is clearly going to be on nuclear power. It's a priority of the Marcos administration, and it's a growth industry in the United States. And here I particularly mean small modular reactors. We're not going to see a bunch of traditional massive reactors set up in the Philippines, but SMRs as an emerging technology are well suited to a country like the Philippines with small, relatively isolated communities, many of which are very difficult to get reliably on the grid, many of which face blackouts and brownouts. We could also see SMRs used for captive energy in things like semiconductor manufacturing, where, if you deal with brownouts during the summer, you can't have semiconductor manufacturing facility, but having reliable energy through an SMR helps solve those concerns. Next slide. Oh, back one. So, all of that said, to wrap up, US, big player, bigger than China, employs more Filipinos, and Filipinos would much rather work in US or allied industries than in any Chinese company. But there are still major challenges. The Philippines is going to be the #1 or #2 fastest growing economy in Southeast Asia for at least the next decade, and yet it currently ranks just #6 in foreign direct investment in the ASEAN region. That is beginning to change, and the Marcos administration hopes to move up to #2 in the coming years. Things like the Public Service Act and Retail Service Act amendments have helped open new sectors, but the private sector has been a lagging indicator. They have been slow to realize how much more open the Philippine economy has become in recent years. I expect that to accelerate, but more work will need to be done. And then we have the issue of constitutional roadblocks. Despite those amendments, there are still fundamental issues in the Philippine Constitution that scare some foreign investors. Who knows what happens after the midterms? But it's an issue that's been brought up by every Philippine Congress for the last 30 years, and I assume it will be brought up in the next one. Next slide. Our recommendations. I'm not going to read all of these. Most of them focus on one of two things. First, basically all of these, we need better data. The reason that this disinformation, that Filipinos are reliant on Chinese investment, Chinese aid, Chinese trade, the reason that is so pervasive is because it's so difficult to counter, because we don't have a single resource that can tell you what companies are investing where, or even what countries are the largest investors. And that is something that the Philippine government, the US government, and private companies need to work together to solve. Next slide. As for what we can actually do, private companies need to tell their stories better. I know that they like to release press releases and let that be the end of it, but nobody reads those press releases. US companies, European companies, Japanese companies, Korean companies, they need to be more visible. They need to tell their own stories. We need to continue to have the kind of high-level people-to-people exchanges that brings those companies to the Philippines to help disabuse them of that long-standing notion that the Philippines is a difficult place to invest. The Philippine economy is open for investment. It has had some of the best macroeconomic management of any country in the region. Now going back 3 administrations, US companies need to get here on the ground and find that out. And finally, and the one that I know has been frustratingly slow, we need US companies to diversify out of the national capital region more. Yes, this is where most of the GDP is, and you're going to go where you can make money, and you can always make money in Metro Manila. But we also need to be in Cebu, we need to be in Iloilo, we need to be in Davao, now that the US State Department has finally lifted the travel restrictions on Davao. If we are not, then we can't possibly compete, and Chinese companies will fill the void. And that's all I got. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Greg Poling. So we were supposed to be joined by another speaker, defense attaché and senior defense official of the U.S. Embassy, Colonel Edward Evans. However, he was asked to join in last-minute activity at the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. So unfortunately, he won't be able to join us today. Our final speaker for today will talk about bolstering government capabilities to address political warfare. He is a professor of praxis at the Ateneo School of Government, and he is also a non-resident fellow at the Stratbase ADR Institute. Let us all welcome retired Rear Admiral Romel Jude Ong.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for making me the last speaker. I have no intention of standing between you and experiencing the daily ritual of EDSA traffic. Okay. Next slide, please. I will present first the red theory of victory. This red theory of victory is extracted from Brad Roberts' paper called Blue Theory of Victory. Red theory of victory describes the ways and means in which adversaries of the United States can actually defeat the United States. And there are two components to it. First one is if it is able to successfully divide the alliance systems built by the United States, then that is a victory. The second one is if it can, through a strategy of bricksmanship, force the United States to capitulate due to what would say avoiding further escalation of a conflict. But we can use these concepts as well in the Philippines. We can look at ASEAN, divided ASEAN can be a way of China declaring theory of victory here in the region. One oligarch fighting another oligarch in the Philippines can be also a theory of victory. It creates division in our domestic politics. Moving forward. Next slide, please. Some of these slides are old. Most likely 50% of the audience here have seen this before, but let me just repeat it. So this is our order of battle. There are three departments in the Chinese Communist Party that we deal with when we are talking of malign influence. First is the United Front Work Department. Second is the Propaganda Department, but it's indicated here as Publicity Department. The last one is the International Liaison Department. Next slide, please. I've used this framework when I teach national security at school. I still use it here. What I'm trying to say in this slide is one, the Philippines is confronting China in two fronts. The obvious one is in the West Philippine Sea, and that's the hard power part. The one that we do not see is the sharp power part, and that's where malign influence gravitates towards. Okay? We are bombarded by China's diplomatic, propaganda, and economic acts, all designed to influence our political, economic, sociocultural, environmental concerns with the intent of shifting attitudes or shaping decisions of our political elites. But at the end of the day, the objective is, of course, the Philippine archipelago, which is the strategic real estate. Okay? So, because of the curse of geography, whether we like it or not, we're in the way of China's maritime ambition. Next slide, please. If we deconstruct further the framework in looking at it from a point of view of DIME and PESTEM, which is the framework we use in the military for strategic studies, from a diplomatic side, obviously the objective is one, to divide Philippine-US alliance. Second is to promote or to at least to influence domestic politics so that we will have a pro-China government here in the Philippines. Okay. Second is to use this information to create discord among Filipinos. The best way of not fighting without actually fighting is actually having your adversary fight among themselves. Okay. That saves a lot of bullets. Second is shaping public opinion so that we will have a pro-China narrative, or at least a narrative that is advantageous to their interest. The last one at the bottom is strategic real estate. If you recall, the Congress submitted to the Department of Justice some legal documents regarding real estates, I think somewhere in Luzon. And I think this is an important one because Filipino real estate or lands are being occupied or owned by Chinese interests inadvertently. And because we do not have a land use act, this is a legal vulnerability natin. Next slide, please. Deconstructing it further, we look at the potential targets of Chinese malign influence. So obviously, our political and economic elites are the primary targets here. Why? Because they are the decision makers. Okay? They shape policy, they execute policy. Next slide. This framework we used for our study last year on political warfare. It is based on John Cole's study. He used to be with the International Republican Institute. He's now with the Prospect Foundation of Taiwan. But we use these 6 vectors in deconstructing political warfare activities in the Philippines. Among the 6, we use 3 vectors for the study. One would be using economic ties for political influence, use of surveillance technology, and subnational engagements. Next slide, please. These succeeding slides is based on our current study. We are working now on crafting a foreign interference law. So Attorney Neil Silva, who is no longer there in the back, is the primary writer of the draft. We're supposed to finish that study by November 30 of this month. Okay. And in this study, we're using again the IRI field guide. Okay, this is open source, publicly available. Okay, the field guide is based on lessons learned and best practices that IRI has documented, and we're using again this framework in looking at addressing solutions for political influence. So this first slide looks at economic influence. If you look at the way the slide is constructed, on the middle are the tools and tactics used by China for economic influence. And on the extreme right are the possible responses or solutions that IRI proposed based on their best practices and studies. Okay. Next slide, please. This one is on political influence. So this is the slide, this is the table that we're using for a study, okay, for political influence. If you look at the potential vulnerabilities we have right now, it would be our 2025 elections and the BARM elections. Those are potential pressure points for interference. Okay, so one of the and I think that that is something that we need to prepare for. Okay, so the battleground here is not only the West Philippine Sea. Our own domestic politics is by itself also a battleground. And unfortunately, we are not as, we need to develop a core of political warriors to address this, okay? Because this is something that is both, it operates at a different continuum, which we are not normally adjusted to. Okay, last slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry, back. This one is on information influence. So this is where we look at disinformation, use of propaganda. Okay. Right now we are working Policy Center, our Policy Center, we are collaborating with the Disarm Foundation of the United Kingdom. We're looking at disarm methodologies. Okay, so it's a toolkit for actually for forensic study of disinformation activities. Okay, so we've trained some of our team in the Policy Center. We invited some people from the armed forces to help us so sort of learn the methodology. Okay. My last slide, because I promise you I will not stop you from Manila traffic. This is the level of affectation of United Front work activities in the Philippines. So if you notice, those on the red side are the areas where we have significant United Front work activities. Okay. So note that by the pattern itself, most are facing the West Philippine Sea. And of course, that place in southeastern Mindanao, where we know why, is there. And also areas where nickel mining is prevailing in northeastern Mindanao. That is my last slide. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Admiral Romel Ong. Okay, at this point, we will now proceed to our final panel discussion for this afternoon. So, okay, so while we arrange the chairs would like to invite back on stage our speakers. Okay, so we still have with us General Cordova. Okay, and Mr. Poling and Admiral Ong, please. And to moderate today's discussion, please welcome Dr. Sherwin Ona, Associate Professor at the Department of Political Science and Development Studies at the De La Salle University, and he is also a non-resident fellow of the Stratbase ADR Institute. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last session of this conference for day one. And welcome to the dark side. 4:15. All right. Thank you. Thank you for extending. All right. Welcome to the dark side of this conference as we talk about the cyberspace and malign influence. Let me just read a short introduction. The post-World War II open and integrated global system has resulted in unprecedented growth and development, significant improvements in productivity through the integration of supply chains, and spread of technological innovation have enabled countries like China, Japan, South Korea, among others, to lift millions out of poverty and have become economic giants themselves. It also resulted in the adoption of democratic values and the strengthening of institutions, which translated to stronger transparency and inclusivity regimes, as well as a renewed emphasis on the importance of human rights and a rules-based international order. However, due to its vision of national rejuvenation, Beijing has underscored the need to assert its domestic and international relevance. Today, we are witnessing the spread of CCP-enabled malign influence activities in the Indo-Pacific, especially in Taiwan and in the Philippines. For instance, we have witnessed the spread of artificial intelligence, disinformation, and offensive cyber campaigns during the 2024 Taiwan presidential elections and in the events surrounding the West Philippine Sea. These have proven to be formidable security challenges, and for the Philippines, more is yet to come as we approach the 2025 midterm elections. Today, we are blessed with an excellent panel, and allow me to pick their brains first by asking or shooting the first question to General Cordova, sir. Good afternoon. You mentioned the creation of the AFP Cyber Command. We have long anticipated this new unit, and we're very excited about its creation. And let me just ask you, this new command is an AFP-centric unit or command, right? Can you enlighten us as to its role, for instance, in a more national mandate? For instance, in cyber defense, we are very much particular about protection of critical infrastructure. Does the new cyber command, includes in its mandate the protection of critical infrastructure, or does it stay within the protection of military systems only?
Thank you. The primary mandate of the AFP Cyber Command is really to focus on protecting defense and military critical information infrastructure. However, we have also a mandate based on the cybersecurity plan of the DICT, and we are also tasked to help and support them in protecting national critical information infrastructure. In fact, during our exercises, whether it is unilateral, like the current AFP joint exercise, Dagitpa, and our combined exercise with the United States, cyber defense is always part of the exercise. And in this exercise, we identify not only targeted military information infrastructure, but those critical information infrastructure from whether it's business or government. So although our focus for the moment is on those within our control, it is our vision that we will have more role. We will be empowered as well to help the national government, particularly the ICT, to help protect other critical sectors.
If I may, sir, another question related to that. There are some experts who criticize this move as labeling it as reactive. Can you share with us, for instance, some of the things that AFP or even DND is thinking that is more proactive? For instance, are you thinking of developing, for instance, offensive cyber capabilities? Our ability, for example, to hack back at our adversaries. Do you have this as part of your cyber defense posture?
First of all, I'm not authorized to speak about operational matters, but from a policy and strategy perspective, the focus of the armed forces, as the message of the Chief of Staff, is to help, promote the security of our sovereignty, our territory, and defend our sovereignty as well. So it's from a national security perspective, we have to address these threats. Whether the threat is on critical infrastructure or whether the threat is on the information space. But we certainly need to develop both capabilities, a comprehensive capability to address cyber threats, primarily within the armed forces and defense installations, and in support as well to the threats in critical sectors. So there are a lot of efforts that we have done already. This is just one of the initiatives of the Defense Department. But since a few years back, we have already tried to develop our cyber defense capabilities by services, the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy now at the joint level. The Defense Department is also undertaking similar initiatives. In fact, it is a requirement for us. We are currently in the talks with our ally, the United States, with respect to sharing of classified information. We are now engaged in discussion with respect to the general security of military information, and a key component to that is to have a strong cybersecurity posture. Before we can share intelligence information, classified information, we must have that. So both at the defense level, at the AP level, we are developing this capability. That's a priority at the moment.
Thank you, sir, for that. I'll now go to Admiral Ong. Sir, you've discussed a lot about malign influence and disinformation, right? What do you say to people that would claim that, disinformation is disinformation, you just have to tell the truth? And in terms of its efficacy, as long as you tell the truth and be transparent, then the impact of such activities will be very minimal. What do you say to those people who seem to, dismiss the potentials of disinformation vis-a-vis malign influence?
Unfortunately, the nexus of technology, social media, has rendered truth to be something that is negotiable or something that is subject to interpretation. And if you subject a person to bombard a person on a 24/7 basis on pure half-truths or untruths, then at some point they will imbibe that untruth as the truth. Okay, so that's how it works.
Do you see AI as a game changer for disinformation and malign influence? How do you see AI?
We just completed our study on the use of artificial intelligence for disinformation in preparation for 2025 elections. And our study, based on the study, we recommended certain policies that needs to be put forward to actually address that situation. It's basically a scoping study because we look at businesses, industries, and the academe, if they have the capacity for AI in such a way that they can help government, just in case government sort of has capacity issues in terms of confronting AI-driven disinformation.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll now go to Greg. Greg, our relationship with the United States has always been viewed to be more skewed towards the security military sector. And thank you for giving that presentation, giving us the economic aspect as well. I'm just interested in knowing about, you mentioned in your presentation that there are significant investments being placed on the BPO sector and semiconductors. Right. For the BPO sector, artificial intelligence is viewed as a game changer in that sector, and it can probably, eliminate that sector in general. How do you see the investments of the United States in this sector, and how AI affects this investment?
Well, look, I'm not an expert in AI engineering nor the economics of the IT BPM sector. But I suspect that everybody in the room has had the exact same experience I have, which is you call customer service, you get the AI voice that says, would you like to talk to me? And you hit 1 until they finally get you to a person. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. Anybody who's talked to an AI chatbot knows that they are useless at giving you actual information that you need to get. When we launched our report here in the Philippines originally on Monday, we had Celeste Ilagan with the IT BPM Trade Association, who pointed out that despite pretty much all the companies that they work with here in the Philippines using more AI to try to streamline their activities, employment continues to grow. And in many cases continues to grow faster year on year. So my crystal ball doesn't extend out in perpetuity, but the current large language models we have, I don't think are anywhere close to replacing a human being doing this kind of work.
Yeah, that's actually good news because most of us are thinking that AI can disseminate this sector. But what you said was really welcome news. I'm now going into investments in the semiconductor industry. For decades, the Philippines has been seen as a destination for semiconductor assembly. And they're saying that this type of industry is not value adding. To the point that for it to be value added, we need to move into higher forms of skill. How do you see this industry developing beyond?
because the Transparency Initiative helped dissuade China's escalation. The bigger success that I think has been overlooked has been the, I think now, threefold increase in the number of countries who have publicly endorsed the 2016 arbitration award. Every European country that has an embassy here in Manila has publicly endorsed the award. As of the day that the Marcos administration came into power, only the UK and Germany had done so. The Indians have come on board, the ROK, South Korea has finally come on board. We see more quiet support from Vietnam, from some voices in Indonesia, Singapore. Are you going to get support from Malaysia? No. I'll take the EU over Malaysia if I was in the place of the Philippines. Clearly, the Philippines is winning the narrative contest, and China is not. And every piece of polling we have globally attests to that.
Negative and positive effects. So I'll start with the negative first. Jay Tariel already emphasized this. China has been, because of the Transparency Initiative, China has been, the PRC has been more aggressive. So he has his own analysis on why is that. But from our interaction with other like-minded nations, as well as from the feedback that we got, sometimes the PRC is misinterpreting some of our actions and are overreacting from the operational side. But clearly, the aggressiveness is maintained. Whether there is despite the discussion at the diplomatic level, what is happening on the ground is almost the same. So that's the negative side. But on the positive side, the Transparency Initiative, as Greg has emphasized, more nations are coming to support us. From the military and defense perspective, we are now seeing more countries, the Europeans are coming here. In fact, in the next few days, we'll be conducting our 5th maritime, multilateral maritime cooperative activity. So this is going on a regular basis already. And what we are seeing is that any country that's coming here will be doing cooperative activities with them. So this has not happened for the last few decades. So it's just happening now, and this is one of the impact of what we are doing, the Transparency Initiative. On balance, I think it's more positive for us from the defense perspective, not only because of these operational activities, but also from a strategy and capability development perspective. The interest of our allies and strategic partners increase in developing our capabilities as well, whether it is in air, land, maritime domains, or cyber domains. So the interest is there of helping us enhance our capability to defend ourselves unilaterally as well as multilaterally. So yeah, it has both negative and positive effect, but on balance, I think the Transparency Initiative is good as we are what we are saying, seeing it from the operational perspective.
All right. Sir, Admiral? Transparency Initiative falls under information domain. I believe that the IPART should work with the diplomatic, military, and economic domains as well. So that synergy should be in place. Okay? It's not standalone. Second, you have to look at the target audiences. So for the international community, I think we were very successful. One of the unintended consequences from a domestic audience perspective is now foreign policy in West Philippine Sea is a political issue for our elections next year. So that's good. I think our failure is with the Chinese audience. Remember, the Transparency Initiative, you're trying to influence the behavior of Xi Jinping. That's the only important audience that we need to bring the message across. All the others are secondary. So I think there's a need for more fine-tuning.
Totally agree, sir. Totally agree. Thank you. I think we have a question from the floor. Hello, ma'am.
Sir, Buena Bernal, I'm the Philippines correspondent for CNA Channel News Asia. I ask this across forums from many experts, so same question is, I want to hear from across the panel. We call it the Chinese malign influence operations. Malign means evil or sinister. So can you give us a short explanation as to why we consider this evil when the methods of influence that we usually enumerate, like the chambers of commerce, the friendship organizations, subnational cooperation, a lot of these things are methods of influence that are available to other countries as well. But when it comes to China, we call it malign influence operations.
I'll add the Alice Guos. Alice Guos of the Philippines. Okay, please.
Parang you asked that question yesterday in another conference. Okay, just for this audience. You have to go back to the distinction between soft power and sharp power. So soft power, from there it emanates the way you communicate. It means you're trying to bring across a positive message to your target audience. Let's say country X versus country Y. So you want to promote the positive values of your country and try to interact with your target audience or target country. Malign influence is you're trying to subvert that country so that the key players or key components of the society of that target country would more or less try to align its actions to your own policies or actions. So there's the element of subversion in malign influence. You're subverting the minds, you're subverting the political, economic elites of the target country, you're subverting the bureaucracy of the target country so that it will be pushing forward policies that are more or less to your liking or to your interest. So that's the message.
You want to add to that, Greg?
Well, I echo this, and we see, from the U.S. context, the difference between those outlets that are engaged in traditional influence operations, promoting a positive message, et cetera, media conglomerates from foreign countries who have no problem operating in the U.S. versus those who have intentionally engaged in disinformation in order to sow discord and undermine U.S. institutions. And the best example of this, of course, was RT, the Russian state-owned company, during and after the 2016 elections, who not only engaged in intentional disinformation, both online and over broadcast, to sow discord in the United States, but then also embedded paid agents in civil society organizations within the United States, most famously the NRA, in order to try to further that mission. That's what we mean by malign. They weren't trying to advance the vision of Russia. They were trying to undermine stability within the United States. And we see much the same here in the Philippines with PRC operatives trying to undermine Philippine institutions and the societal cohesion of the Philippines.
Just a quick, from the military perspective, only one principle of war that I will emphasize, and that is the principle of popular support. So any action that will undermine the popular support for the armed forces or for the country we refer to it as malign operations or malign influence operations. So because that's a key element for us to win the war or to win a campaign, you need to have popular support. Any activity by any adversary that will negate that popular support is for us malign operation.
All right, thank you, General. Do we have other questions from the floor? You're all very silent. This is the last panel. I see. You're worried about the traffic. Eh? All right. All right. Do we have? Okay. Perhaps we can ask our panelists to give their parting words. General?
Yeah. Just recently, the Secretary of National Defense highlighted our new, and emphasized over and over again in his engagement, our new defense concept. And that is the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept. Now the comprehensive, it's called comprehensive and not only archipelagic because it looks at not only the fact that we are a maritime nation, but also the fact that we have to look at the different threats from all different domains. And this includes the cyberspace domain as well as the cognitive domain. So our new defense concept is looking at it from this perspective. So yes, we have territorial dispute in the West Philippine Sea. Yes, we have still the remnants. We are still addressing some of the remnants of our internal insurgency. But we are the armed forces, your armed forces of the Philippines is also looking at all the threats from all areas, not only from the north, from the west, from the east, or from the south, but also from the other domains like cyberspace, cognitive domain, and to some extent space.
Well, in light of what has happened today in the United States, I would just point out that one of the strengths of the U.S.-Philippine economic relationship is that it is based largely in the private sector, not in whoever sits in the Oval Office or in Malacanang. And I would say largely the same of our overall people-to-people and security relationship, underpinned by a long history of deep institutional connections that have gone through ups and downs, but have remained remarkably resilient. So while I expect we will see a degree of unpredictability injected into some things in the Indo-Pacific in late January, I think overall the trajectory of the U.S.-Philippine alliance is likely to continue.
All right. And Admiral Romel?
Well, for one, malign influence is something pervasive because that's part of tactics, part of the toolkit of statecraft available to China, and we have to deal with it. That's the nature of the beast. But the challenge for us is we can study this to that from academic side. We can study this to that. We recommended policies, but I think for among our institutions, particularly government, is at some point we need to step up. Because this is something that is not going to stop. Okay, yes, let's deal with it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your insights, and let us all give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you very much. May photo op. All right.
And may we call on the president as well of Stratbase ADR Institute for the photo op. All right, and that concludes our first day of Pilipinas Conference. Let's all give each other a round of applause, please. All right, thank you very much again to everyone who joined us here. And tomorrow, we have another full day of conference focusing on geoeconomics. So thank you once again for joining us here, and to those who also joined us via Zoom. Hope to see you all again tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.